Welcome back to App State Dynasty, but there's a twist. Today we're going to be rebuilding App State until we win a national championship. I'm going to be honest, it's on me. I made a mistake starting two separate series at the same time, and I think the best path forward is to treat it like a one-off rebuild. So we have started it. You're probably familiar with the team already, but I think the best idea right now, as you can see we're live on Twitch, is to rebuild this team out to completion, treating it like just any other one-off rebuild. You kind of seen the combination of AJ Swan and JJ Cole, of course Kanye Roberts, but there's a lot of work to be done with this team. We are recruiting fairly well already, but this is just year one. We've probably got a long way to go before we can actually win App State a national championship. But we're going to see if we're going to be able to do that here in this video. I'm going to tell you, it's going to happen, as we're probably going to need to pull out of the Jamie Stead recruitment. Things are going mostly pretty well. We have some 4-stars committed, especially at linebacker. We have a defensive coordinator that recruits linebackers so well. It makes it really easy to bring in those positions compared to, anything else, as we have 5 already committed, 5 4-stars, and 4 of them are linebackers. And the other one is a defensive tackle. So we're beefing up the defensive side of the ball, and I think that's going to be our identity here in Boone, North Carolina. I forgot to pull out of the Jamie Stead recruitment, and maybe it's a good thing we didn't. We've taken the lead. It's after week 10. They're not getting any visit points. Now, he is an edge setter type, so he does probably stink. That is a factor. But everyone on this team kind of stinks, as we got a sway off. Genius. I gotta figure out where we are here, because this recruiting class could end up being quite good. Unlocking proximity to home, I think, should seal the deal here. But unfortunately, in order to get proximity to home, we had to get a D+ in there for brand exposure, and that's not going to help us out a lot. But A-, C+, D+ is still a sell that's worthwhile. We could look a lot worse here. And it's just our grades right now are really, really bad. Jamie Stead has committed. We win the recruiting battle. It is an edge setter, though, as I said, so I'm not, over the moon about it, but we are 9-2, doing very well in simulation. It's just that I don't know that we're going to be able to win the Sun Belt in year one, and winning your conference does so much for team prestige. It looks like Coach Ian Dangus is still at Texas State, because they're actually doing very well. Got a slightly better overall record, but that doesn't really matter at this point. The big thing that matters is conference record, and we don't get the chance to play Texas State this year. So we need them to lose, or, anybody else at the top there, to even have a chance. Old Dominion is a 64 overall. Do you guys notice a trend between the highest rated teams here, or the best records? I want you to tell me if you notice a trend here. I'll give you a hint. The top 4 teams all run veer and shoot. I wonder what the best offensive playbook in the game is this year for simulating. I'm curious. I have no idea. At guard, there are 2 C. McCurdy's, Connor and Clint. They are not good. But man, what a storyline that would be. Twins separated at birth. One is 6 foot 295. The other one's 6'4", 275. We'd actually just need better players, though. That would be nice. I've pretty much done nothing at safety. This team's got a lot of work to do, I'll tell you that much. We are not close to a national championship. Well, we are not playing in the conference championship, unfortunately. We lost to Arkansas State. Now, I'm not sure if it would have made a tremendous difference because Old Dominion and Texas State... Texas State actually lost. Ooh. If we won, we may be in that conference title game right now, but it didn't happen. Year one, we are potentially going to win double-digit games, but a little bit disappointing overall to not be playing in the conference championship game. We do get Dylan Lawrence, though, 4-star running back. So the future is looking up. But we are a long way away. And I said that. I'm going to continue to say that as Jeremiah Smith wins the Heisman. We will be playing New Mexico State in the RL Carriers New Orleans Bowl. And hopefully we add our 10th win of the season. We check out these season stats here. I got to do a better job of showing these in videos. But the numbers were putrid for the most part. And J.J. Cole is going to transfer. Star Dev would be really nice at quarterback, but he's going to transfer. Maybe we can do a little bit better in the portal, but I'm not sure. Kanye Roberts did average, 5.6 yards per carry, but only 110 carries, 600 yards, 6 touchdowns. Dubinion had 5 touchdowns. And receiving, very similar years for Davion Dozier and Dalton Stroman. 6 touchdowns for Jaden Barnes led the team, and he could have done much better. But remember, early in the season, Jaden Barnes fractured kneecap, and that would end his season. Defensively, 11 TFLs for Sean Collins, 10 for Brayshawn Littlejohn, but not a lot of pressure. Nobody even had 5 sacks on this team, but Kyle Arnholt had 5 interceptions. Unfortunately, even though we did have B- championship contender, that has dropped to a C+ with our loss to Arkansas State. That's not ideal. We may be able to bring that up a little bit if we can defeat New Mexico State. We're not going to jump in here. This is now a rebuild. We're focused more on the long term. And a year one bowl game is not necessarily a chain mover for me. But we do win it. We do get our 10th win of the season. And we'll see what that does for us. One, it's a great game to add to the trophy case. What a victory. You can see in the bottom right. I'm stoked on that. I do want to make sure that my staff doesn't end up moving, as Dabo Sweeney has done what he's been rumored to do for so many years now and joins Alabama. But what's funnier than that, Lincoln Riley back to Oklahoma. Dave Aranda's taking the job at FSU. Jay Norvell to TCU. Oh, Kyle Whittingham, looking a little darker than I remember here, has retired. Clay Helton to Michigan State. Lincoln Riley back to OU, dude. Absolute chaos. Taking a job offer could be very interesting. Who's hiring? Yeah, I could rebuild Akron again. Oh, that'd be sweet. We'll see. No, we're going to stay at App State for now. And we're basically going to head to the transfer portal. We're probably about to lose a really big amount of our team to the portal. And that could be potentially devastating. But it's really just the way of a small school here in college football 26 and in college football in 2025. It is tremendously hard to keep your top-rated players. They just mostly will go to bigger schools. As we have a very aesthetically pleasing uniform matchup in the national championship. Oregon and Florida will square off. And I might actually have Florida taking this one. They simulate pretty well in CFB 25. Is that what game this is? In CFB 26. And I could see them winning a national championship. And it does go to the Gators. 35-21. Billy Napier has won a national championship in 2025. If this happens in real life, I would be pretty surprised. But they're a dark horse team. They've got a really good defensive line. They've got some really talented players on the offensive line. A really talented young running back in Jaden Baugh. DJ Lagway could take a big step up at quarterback. They've got some really talented young wide receivers that are going to be jumping into starting positions. Hey, I don't know. If I was going to take a real dark horse, Florida might be it. And maybe I'm really underselling them, but I think they're a pretty big dark horse. I don't think many people would have Florida win the Natty this year, but I mean, I guess it's a possibility. Yeah, Eugene Trey Wilson is a really good player, and I don't know. It's going to be an interesting team. Like, I feel like Florida and South Carolina are on similar levels, where they have some really good players coming back, but the team on paper is just not there yet. And this is what the portal looks like. Kanye Roberts. Maybe good to get him off the team. Moving on. I will try to bring him back, though, and he has not been persuaded. J.J. Cole, star dev quarterback, looking to leave. Very low chance of persuading him. He has not been persuaded. Are there any good players with good dev traits that want to stick around? Khalifa Keith has every ability. He has not been persuaded. We need to keep our offensive line. Please, Griffin Scroggs. He has decided to stay. That helps us out, actually, even with normal dev. We got a lot of guards. Lance Williams has not been persuaded. We have one more persuade. I think receiver we don't need to persuade, but I want to try to keep the offensive line. Trent Ramsey has not been persuaded, and we are losing a lot to the portal here. Our top-rated players, Ethan Johnson gone. Rashad Dubinion graduates. David Larkins graduates. However, man, I'm so excited to keep A.J. Swan at quarterback. Wow. We might win the national championship next year. There's a real possibility. Blood. I doubt we're going to be able to get anything actually good in the portal. I know quarterback would be a need. John Walker could be a take. I mean, anybody would be. Carter Davis. The transfer freshman could be the way. Smith Snowden is probably going to Oregon. Vic Burley, I like. So a lot of defensive tackles here. I don't really need to add 10 defensive tackles in the portal. Remember Lee Beebe Jr.? He was in Trenton State Dynasty, I believe. Don't mind adding a corner or two. But I don't need more pure power D tackles. I'll tell you that. We'll figure it out. National Signing Day. We did not win every recruitment, but we did do pretty well. Overall, we finished top 50. 7 4-stars, 17 3-stars, a class of 25, a little bit less than what I was hoping for, but we may have a new starting quarterback next season. Cutter Boley from Kentucky, the transfer freshman, may be a very good fit with his impact dev trait. Not amazing, but not awful. Now, when you get 4 stars to actually come to App State and they have normal development, that is not ideal. But DeAndre Rahman, the Shaman, has star dev. Could end up being a nice player for us. A lot more normal dev all the way around. But a star dev receiver could be just what we need. Cutter Boley in at quarterback. Derek Simmons, the transfer freshman edge, has star. Gravel has star. We didn't get either portal defensive tackle. Both had star dev, and they were both young. This would have been very, very good. Unfortunately, did not happen. Star dev for Corey Hakeem. Another 4-star. This is a fringe top 50 player. I think #1 player in the state of North Carolina. Only normal development. Same for Jeremy Fuller. And Levi Conway. All of my 4-stars. And most of my 3-stars have normal dev. Carter Davis, only normal dev, makes me feel a bit better, but not a bad first-year recruiting class, but the dev traits were really not that good. Floyd Mayweather, hey, I think this prospect could be a real knockout. Because he's a boxer, but actually he doesn't really... He's more of a defensive boxer if you want to get technical with it. He's not really this great knockout artist, but... Season 2. Our team is still very bad, and of course I'm doing what I always do, trying to recruit the best players in the nation, but we're 77 overall. We nearly won the Sun Belt in year 1. There's definitely a possibility that we could here in year number 2. Our schedule looks like this. It's a Sun Belt schedule. We have almost no tough games. And even the teams that we do, NC State doesn't really simulate all that well. So I'm hoping to at least win double-digit games again. If we're going to increase team prestige to help us out in recruiting, we need to win games. We need to win conference championships. I'm going after 5 stars. I'm doing everything I can. It may not be enough. It's stupid, really. That's what it actually is. It's stupid to go after the 5 stars. But at quarterback, Titus Cosby. I mean, he puts defenses to sleep and then takes advantage of them. 85 speed, 85 short, medium accuracy, 86 deep, 89 acceleration. Throw power's probably great. Titus Cosby is the #1 player on the board. This is who we need to get. If we can't get him, we've got some other great options at quarterback. Christian Upshaw looks incredible. AJ Reinhardt looks like he could be incredible. We're going after 3 quarterbacks. We ideally get all of them. I'll update you guys when it's prudent. First commit of Season 2 is 4-star corner from St. Paul, Minnesota, Scott Carney. Wow. Our secondary just got a big upgrade. And you can tell because he's got ideal size. 6 foot, 197. Know he's going to be pretty smart. One of those like high IQ type of playmaking players in the secondary. I'm stoked on that. So, here's the deal. We're close on a couple of 5 stars. We really are. The problem is Titus Cosby's dreamed of going to live in Starkville, Mississippi. He's from Mississippi. He wants to stay in state. We've got him on campus this week with a 5-star receiver who has already committed to Ohio State. Fantastic work for me as usual. We actually did get really close though. So we've got to win this game. We're 4-2. We lost to NC State. And we're probably not going to get this 4-star quarterback. We do have some great 3 stars. And we do land a 5-star receiver. Amari LeBourne from North Little Rock, Arkansas. Hey, that's not bad. We're not going to get the quarterback. Titus Cosby. We don't want to deal with whatever off-the-field antics he might have anyway. Ooh, and we get a big win. So we rack up to B- championship contender. And big 5-star receiver Amari LeBourne is a top 10 player nationwide. Nice. Get a ton of hours back. Rashawn Thompson does not quite look as good. We've got him against Georgia State here. The grades, the cells really could be worse. It's not that bad. It's just, will we be able to beat out NC State? That's the question. He'll be on campus in 2 weeks, or next week, I should say, with Larry Queen. They don't look great. I probably shouldn't be going for these, but hey, we just got a 5-star receiver. And, you probably didn't think we'd be able to get a 5-star. We got one. We can get Kamani Cook on campus, and we have a pretty awful cell. I think C+ is not a good visit cell, but it may work in this instance. Avery Pierce kind of needs a visit right now as well. And that'd be a good 4-star tackle to add. But recruiting obviously could be going a little bit better. But it isn't going that badly because we just landed a 5-star. Got to take what you can get, and that's pretty good to get. So we didn't get Cosby, which may be better for our campus, to be honest. We do get Christian Upshaw. That is a good one. Northwestern made a big push at the end. He is a 3-star, really a true gem. Whether it said gem or not, he's going to be incredibly high rated for a 3-star. I'll show you the attributes again. I'm not even sure I scouted all the way. No, I did, but he's not a gem, so they say. But he's got 90 throw power, mid 80s accuracy everywhere, decent enough speed. He's got the dot ability. And then AJ Reinhardt also looks very, very good. And he's going to be a little bit easier to get, probably. So, we will have a new quarterback next season. I think Christian Upshaw probably starts right away. We win 8 games this year. It's definitely not incredible. And we didn't win every recruitment, unfortunately. But if we can somehow land 2 5-stars, along with the high-level 3-stars and the 4-stars that we're going after, I think we're going to go into Season 3 in a pretty good position. We're obviously more than a year away, right? So sometimes you just have to cut your losses, keep on pushing, and know that it's going to be a real problem to start winning games. And it sucks to only win 8 games in simulation when winning is so important for recruiting and for progressing your team. Recruiting is going to be really hard again next season as well. But, you know, we're going to have to make do with 450 hours. Because if you don't win your conference championship, your hours are really not going to go up year to year. So when you're doing a lot of simulating, which is what this series has turned into, it becomes really, really difficult to get a lot of those high-quality players. So we're going to keep pushing. But as you can see here, it's still a two-star school. Our championship contender can go up. But until we start winning conference championships, not a lot is going to change. So we're stuck in the Sun Belt for now. So we went 8-4. AJ Swan, 23 touchdowns, 11 interceptions. Nothing crazy, just over 3,000 yards. We didn't run the ball all that well, but that makes sense considering we don't have a good running back. And our offensive line is terrible. So all of that checks out to me. Dylan Lawrence wasn't too bad as a true freshman. It's just a shame that he only has normal dev trait. Receivers, 10 touchdowns for Davion Dozier. DeAndre Rahman wants higher conference prestige. So my star dev, 3-star freshman receiver, is already thinking about transferring, and he probably will. So that sucks. Defensively, the true freshman Corey Akeem was actually a primary rush edge for us. 12 sacks, 16 TFLs, 52 tackles. What a year for true freshman Corey Akeem. He is a legitimate star. And he came in at a 76 overall, so he's just insane. 7 sacks for Brayshawn Littlejohn as well. Derek Simmons got hurt early, only played in 7 games. And Quashid Scott actually finished with 6 interceptions, and for his trouble, got 0 skill points over the course of the year. We had 11 the entire time. And Vakari Swain, 0 skill points over the entire year. So dumb. But it is what it is. This bowl win could be pretty important just because we need anything we can do to upgrade our school prestige. Winning bowl games can help do that. Jeremiah Smith wins the Heisman as he often does. And it's going to be the UAB Blazers in the First Responder Bowl. UAB actually simulates extremely well. So that actually may be a pretty tough draw for us. Pretty tough matchup. Not my favorite. And we can't even do anything with recruiting right now, other than check dev traits of recruited players or committed players, but that's not going to be too important to me right now. We're keeping our coordinators. DJ Smith, elite recruiter. We have a master motivator OC. I probably will end up firing him next season, but right now we can actually help the players we have get a lot better, so we keep them. UAB only went 7-5 this year, though. So maybe it is a beatable team, and I do want to make sure none of my coordinators are leaving, because we will have to replace them if they decide to jump ship. But we're going to simulate UAB, App State, First Responder Bowl. This would be a very big win. That's plus 730 XP. That's not bad. It was our 9th win of the year. I'm not sure if it's going to increase team prestige very much, but it's a nice bowl win. AJ Swan has set the App State single-season passing yards record. Excellent performance for him. And, of course, we won the First Responder Bowl. What we need to do is have a big offseason. That is kill the transfer portal, finish recruiting the players that we currently have on the board that are at the high school level. And I know it looks like we got worse this year. It was really just our conference record. We were not good enough within the Sun Belt, but we did pretty well out of conference. Finished 5th in the Sun Belt. Southern Miss goes undefeated in conference play. But I think next year, with the true freshman quarterback, it could be a challenge, but hey, 2 years from now, wow, look out. Georgia goes undefeated and beats BYU in the national championship. How did BYU make a national championship? They've got the Mormon power. Just a bunch of celibate guys balling out. Gotta love it. Timmy Burrow with a 3-star commitment at middle linebacker. What a fun storyline. We are about to get decimated by players leaving. Decimated. Anyone super important? So our 2 best 4-star freshmen from last year want to leave due to pro potential. They had normal dev anyway. And DeAndre Rahman as well. But I think we're probably going to be able to bring him back. Medium chance he decides to stay. Okay, that's star dev. And if we win the Sun Belt next season, maybe we jump to a stronger conference. Caden Ellis has decided to stay. Okay, these aren't looking so bad so far. Luke Burgess is gone. What about the 2 4-stars? We keep one of them. Okay, Jeremy Fuller is here. Trayvon Darius is gone. So we got the one with abilities at least. It's one way to look at it. William Fowles can leave. Moritz Schmoranzer has decided to stay. Okay, we're actually getting very lucky here with most of these. Clayton Hughes has not been persuaded, even with medium chance. And, I mean, anybody with impact. Okay, we'll try William Fowles. Not been persuaded. That could have gone worse. That could have gone worse. Now, what I will say is we're still losing some really good players. AJ, well, I mean, they're not really good, but for us. AJ Swan is gone. Dylan Haas, gone. Hetzel, gone. DJ Burks. Christian Conyer. Some of these guys are staying, of course, but we're graduating a lot of our best players. Via the portal and still the remaining uncommitted high school players, we really need to bring in a class of 35. I feel like it's super important to do that early on, even if you have to bring in 2 stars. Bring in a class of 35 early on, because some of those players could get better. You know you're going to have players that end up transferring away, so you've just got to go quantity, and then eventually you get to quality. And nobody wants to come to App State in the portal in the top 50. Maybe one in the top 100. Hollywood Smothers at running back. I'll take a look. We do, on National Signing Day, land 5-star corner Rashawn Thompson. The class is coming together. So our class ends up being probably pretty good for the Sun Belt. 35th in the nation. A lot of 3 stars. We end up signing 32, which we'll take. And hopefully, I need my 5 stars to have big dev traits. Please, star for Rashawn Thompson. We will take that. Absolutely. Star for Amari LeBourne. Star for Scott Carney. I need the quarterbacks to be good. So it's impact for Christian Upshaw. So this next one's going to be huge. Reinhardt. Normal dev on AJ Reinhardt. That's kind of disappointing. Normal dev on AJ Figueroa, who I needed to be a really good athlete. East-West playmaking running back. It's a lot of normal for a lot of these 3 stars. Christian Pryor does have star. We did a lot in the portal here. Emmett Biggs has star. But it's a lot of normal dev. There was some star in there, but it's a lot of normal dev. And, of course, we didn't get quite everybody in the class that I'm showing you. Cam Pringle has star as a transfer, but it's a lot of normal. I think the team overall has taken a step, but we're going to also have to keep the 5 stars that we just brought in. Got to get those guys to not transfer now. It's always a challenge at these small schools. So this is the team going into the next season. I think I am going to start AJ Reinhardt at quarterback. He's got normal dev, which is not great, but he's absolutely the best quarterback on the roster, I would say. Yeah, Cutter Boley's a little bit more accurate right now, but I think AJ Reinhardt has so much more potential. Now, he may transfer after this season. He wants higher conference prestige. We don't have it, and so does Christian Upshaw. So that's not great. We may be able to convince him to come back. There are a lot of things at play here, but I was telling the chat, I think this team may still be a year away from even competing to win the Sun Belt, which isn't ideal. We're going to have 5-star Amari LeBourne work in the slot, kind of like a big slot, and it sucks to be, okay, maybe a year away from being a year away from being a year away, and sometimes known as 3, as Corey Hakeem will be a rush end for us. Upgraded his power moves and finesse moves a lot. He was our best freshman last year. He's actually quite a good player. I don't know if his long-term future is off the edge for us, but that's what he's going to do right now. And that lets Fuller and Littlejohn and even Conway kind of work in at a sub-linebacker. But the team overall is not great. But it's just where we are right now. We don't really have a choice. Lost a lot of players to the portal. We're going to continue to try to recruit, better and better freshmen that will set us up for success. So, we'll see what ends up happening. We've got to offer some scholarships, do a little bit of scouting. But I will see you guys when you need an update. This is what I'm talking about. Hopefully he has a better dev trait than the quarterbacks we had last year. But I don't even need to do the final scout 10 on Quentin Ramsey. He looks incredible. 93 throw power, 82 speed, accuracy is very good. If we can get Quentin Ramsey in the class, that's going to be the winner. Charles Lawrence is also very good. Marcus Kuhn's okay, but he's not as good as Charles Lawrence or Quentin Ramsey. Maybe we just take him off the board, to be honest, and focus on these 2 3-stars. The dev traits may not be great, but their day 1 ability should be quite good. Should be. Hopefully our pro potential goes up. And hopefully our playing time goes up, which I guess we could transfer away a quarterback at some point. But these 2 are going to be the ones we really key in on. This just registered. Chipmunk? This is insane. We need Chipmunk on the team. If there's anything I do, we've got to go 50 hours on Chipmunk. There's no way. There's no way we can allow him to go to Clemson. We got to get him in the class. I scrolled down and did a double take. This is insane. What a start for App State. 2-0. Amari LeBourne just went for 95 yards and 3 touchdowns against an SEC team. The actual SEC team in question is not important, but it was against an SEC team. Amari LeBourne is SEC ready. I've seen enough. UNC is just recruiting the state well. They get the all-name team. Ernie Sanders, Chipmunk, and BJ Miles. Not great for us, unfortunately. I think our recruiting's still going pretty well. I stopped recruiting Randy Coffey, just a 5-star corner. My motto continues to be go after the 5 stars, and even though you're going to swing and miss a lot, the ones that you hit on can be insanely impactful to the future of your program. And we are number 22 in the country, 6-0, undefeated in the Sun Belt. Doing a little bit better than I would have expected to this point. Oregon State's 2-6. We're going to have visitors this week, and that is going to be... that one doesn't look great. I hate Sway. Sway never works. Jamichael Gage. Although the Sway looks like it may have worked here, actually. Okay. That makes Jamichael Gage possible now. He doesn't get a complimentary visit from anybody, which is particularly frustrating. But the sell is much better now, and we may have a chance to beat out Penn State. May. Maurice Dora, it's now or never. Georgia's decided to go after him, and that's kind of where these start to fall apart. When Georgia, when Ohio State, when they decide they want a 5-star, say goodbye, pretty much. So I'm going to keep trying. I gave up on Quentin Ramsey. UConn was just too tough, if you can believe it. It's too tough. 5 TFLs for Caden Ellis. I'll tell you, we're having an incredible season. He's a National Defensive Player of the Week against Marshall. Here's the problem. We are 16 in the nation. 16th. 9-0. Recruiting is not matching. It's not. We may get Gerald Garnes, though. We may be able to force a recruiting battle with JaMychal Gage, maybe, and then you could win that, potentially. It doesn't look great on Alan Bromell, who just had a visit to UNC, but maybe we can force a recruiting battle, although Ohio State's making a push, so that doesn't look great. We're in a recruiting battle for John Richard, who maybe is preferring UNC. Recruiting has not gone that well. I took some big swings. Now, we may end up hitting on 1 or 2 of those, which I think would still be a pretty good hit rate for us here at App State. So I'd still do the same thing again. But right now it looks pretty ugly. But we also haven't lost a game. We are dominating. We're still going to get some good 4-stars. Maybe not as many as I would like, but I'm telling you, it could be a lot worse right now. So let's be happy about what we have, which is some 4-stars that are definitely going to be on campus and committing to us is what I mean. And maybe a 5-star and some guaranteed 3-stars. Going for 3 stars off the bat just isn't worth it. It's just not. Anyway, I imagine we're going to stay undefeated against ODU. It's just, what does this class end up looking like? And can we actually manage to win our conference championship? Gage picks Penn State. That's a tough one. And we are in a recruiting battle with USC for the 5-star running back. We are 10-0. And Gerald Garnes has a visit to USC this week. Week 11. Oh boy, and we got locked out on Bromell. Yeah, it looks pretty awful right now. Our first commit of the year is also maybe our best one for the future. He's a 3-star from North Carolina. It's our quarterback of the future. We add a 4-star linebacker, Dwayne Talbot. Gerald Garnes picks USC. We got close. We did complete the undefeated regular season. 12-0 in the Sun Belt. Going to take on Southern Miss in the Sun Belt Championship. We have already played them this year. How'd that go? 29-13. I'd like to see more of that. So, I mean, we've had a great season. Undoubtedly. We're top 12. We will be a college football playoff team. Believe it or not. So even though we swung and missed on every 5-star we went after, funnily enough, sometimes that happens. I make no apologies. But I think because we were so good during the regular season, our championship contender grade is going to be so high that our portal options this year should be really, really good. We still have 4 stars on the board. We are trending in the right direction. We've got a lot of 3 stars we're going after. We're looking pretty good there as well. It's just going to be, okay, this class, a little bit light right now. The portal is going to be really, really important, but the portal is also really important in general in college football 26. So I'm still perfectly comfortable about where we are. It's not Cope. Are we the worst team in the Sun Belt recruiting right now? Yeah, sure we are. But we also have the only 4-star in the entire conference. And very few teams even have 3 stars. So we're looking good. It's not Cope. Jesus. In order to make the college football playoff, we've got to win the Sun Belt. Right now, we should be slated to be in it. We'd be playing Penn State in the first round. We actually lost a recruit to Penn State this recruiting cycle. Just got an extended contract here at App State. Signing on through 2031, and they should. We just won 12 games in the regular season. This, I think, is about to be number 13. We will jump in to the college football playoff if we make it. We lose blank to Ohio State, and we do go 13-0. Sun Belt champions, and we have made it to the college football playoff. How insane would it be if we won a national championship this year? The team is not even good. Just the playbooks are simulating well, and, you know, our young players are playing well enough. We're an 81 overall. I guess that's not that bad, as Saga Polutele wins the Heisman over at Pitt. I guess Pitt's good now. And it's Michigan in the college football playoff. Actually, that may be the best possible opponent for App State. Michigan fans, PTSD flashbacks versus App State, week 1. Biggest upset in college football history. We might have something cooking here. Maybe. Michigan is an 89 overall, so they are better, but we're an 81. We're not that far behind. This will be interesting. I don't think we're going to win this game. We are on the road. It's a yellow out. It's a maze out. And they're clearly on something. Look at those eyes. Someone drug test the Wolverines. Something ain't right. It's 32 degrees here. Let's go Mountaineers. Down 7-0. Come on. You can find the end zone here. 14-0 Michigan. 21-0. Well, it's not going well. That might do it. It's 24-0. I mean, we can get a drive, but we kind of didn't have a chance here. I mean, look at my center. He looks about 5'4", 150 pounds. It's done. Just not our year. You know, we had a great run. And going into Michigan and beating the Wolverines would have been, I mean, what a moment, right? But lightning not going to strike twice here about 20 years later. Here's a shot down the field. We actually might have a step there. Malik Clark makes the catch for nobody. He had a long touchdown as well that you guys didn't see. But, I mean, it's just already over. So, we're fighting, but it's like, I didn't hear no bell, and it's like, dude, you have been concussed 10 times in this fight. Throw in the towel. It's over. But we get some garbage time points to make it feel a little bit better, but yeah, no chance on this one. I mean, we really fought. 34-20 is your final. Michigan was just better. And we're not ready this year, so it makes sense. Bryce Underwood is just too good, unfortunately. And Reinhardt ends up throwing for 3 touchdowns. All, I think, to Malik Clark. 2, actually. Oh, yeah, Devon caught the slant. Malik Clark goes 4 for 217 and 2 touchdowns. Now, of course, that's not going to make the video because I wasn't recording because I'm like, it's over. But good effort, but a loss. AJ Reinhardt did set the App State single-season passing yards record. And we'll check out the season stats here As, I mean, 24 touchdowns, 3 interceptions. It's going to be really sad to watch him leave in the transfer portal because that's a great true freshman year. Rushing, Dylan Lawrence got hurt but was mostly great. Over 1,000 yards, 19 touchdowns. Incredible. Malik Clark was awesome. Davion Dozier went for over 1,000. True freshman Amari Laborn had a great year, and he's not going to be transferring. He's here with Star Dev. Going to be good to go there. Defensively, Derek Simmons was great before injury, and he got injured in the Michigan game. Dude, Michigan just injuring all of our players. Corey Hakeem had 7 sacks, 10 tackles for loss. He was, being a rush player and also an off-ball player at times. So he was just kind of being a versatile Swiss Army knife for us. He was great. Vakari Swain had 4 picks. Now, we are going to lose a lot of players here due to them just being seniors. Our best players that we got last year, the 5 stars, are actually going to be sticking around, which is pretty nice. So we've got to reload big time in the portal. We've got to consider probably jumping out of the Sun Belt. But we're on track. I mean, a year like that, going 13-1 is fantastic. And of course, we lose our stud elite recruiter defensive coordinator. That was actually the worst thing that could have happened to us. Okay, it's over. Texas beats Notre Dame in the national championship 45-7. Realistic, in my opinion. We've unfortunately lost our star DC, obviously. He's going to be the new head coach of UCF. It's just losing elite recruiter when we already were not recruiting at the level that I'd like to be. That's pretty brutal, right? Coach prestige going to go down. Coach stability probably will go up. We're still about to get hurt pretty badly in the portal. And with our top players graduating, we're kind of in rough shape there. Now, okay. Derek Simmons wants to go pro. We have 8 persuades. Getting him back would be very nice. He has decided to stay. I don't know why his was extremely high. Malik Clark would be good. Oh, is the quarterback not leaving? Okay. Just Christian Upshaw wants to leave, and we can actually let him do that. Moritz Schmoranzer's gone. Jaleel Ream would be nice. He's decided to stay. That's actually huge. That's huge. I don't know what it's going to be next year. He still might leave anyway. AJ Figueroa can transfer. The normal dev players I'm not really too concerned about. But if they play in the O-line, a little bit more important. Trenton Kinney, normal dev. Caden Ellis, because we're so weak at defensive tackle, would be nice to stay. He does. Dylan Galloway, we're weak at tight end. He decides to stay. Okay, we're just getting everybody back. I'll try on Malik Clark. This one feels like no chance. And maybe we'll try the quarterback, Christian Upshaw, to see if he wants to stay. And he does. So it's more depth at quarterback. He's got a better dev trait than our current quarterback. So that's nice. And we're just going to have to kill the portal. That's what it is. I've said this, but it's what needs to happen. Right now, our class doesn't look great. It also, in my opinion, doesn't look terrible. I know the number is bad. Right now, we are 131st with only 2 guys committed. But it's a really good 3-star quarterback with normal dev. Isn't it always? The 3-star athlete dual threat quarterbacks may be elite, but they don't have elite dev. Impact for Dwayne Talbot. There are 4 stars on the board, and hopefully the portal has a ton of talent. When you have a season like this, I gotta fucking cut that. When you have a season like that, it really does let you go after some of the top portal options. Because we're A+ championship contender. A lot of guys are interested in that. And even though we can't get anyone in the top 10, okay, there is a big upgrade potentially at quarterback. But corner is where we really need to do well here. And, I mean, a lot of these guys are already fairly old. Keyshawn Ajabo, I feel like I remember looking at. Bowling Green is at the top of every player's list. Is there something I'm missing about Bowling Green? Sydney Azores from Old Bridge, New Jersey, transfer freshman. I'm in. We need upgrades on the O-line. We need upgrades in the secondary. And who's cooler than Miles Davis? We've got spots on the team. I'm telling you, the class will end up being good. I think we were like 36th last year, something in that range. We're going to be top 50 again. And the team's only getting better. So watch out, Sunbelt. It's going to be another undefeated season. So the transfer portal is over. We did fairly well. Like a lot of commits here. We did not get Miles Davis, finished second to UCLA. Did not get the corner Dallas Phillip. And the big one, we did not get Keyshawn Ajabo. Could have been an upgrade at quarterback potentially. He picks Ohio State. We did a fairly good job. As I said, I know the class looked really bad at times there, but I knew we were going to end up, figuring it out and turning it around. We end up with a top 25 class, actually. First in the Sun Belt by a pretty huge margin. And again, it could have been better. We actually finished second to Washington, unfortunately, for Keyshawn Ajabo, but a big upgrade at running back in Jamarius Wilder. We ended up with 3 4-star wide receivers. There are some players that are uncommitted that could still end up, getting onto our roster. And the one maybe I'm most excited about is 4-star guard Sydney Azor, who's a top 50 player in the class as a transfer freshman on the O-line. I think that ends up being awesome. A lot of big upgrades on the O-line. I think Forney could still end up picking App State. That's definitely a possibility. So I know it looked really bad at times, and it wasn't everything I wanted it to be. But you can save a class in the portal this time around. And that's what we decided to do. That was really our only way forward, and we were able to do it. We're going to have some upgrades here. We're going to have position changes. I think A.J. Reinhardt is still going to be our starting quarterback. Although maybe Christian Upshaw gets a big boost with the higher development trait. These are possibilities, but Wilder's an 85 overall. That's a big upgrade at running back. Platinum sidestep. Peyton Morgan is one of our highest rated players. Jamison Riggs is now up to an 82 overall. We just did a really, really good job. And star dev for Azor in the portal, by the way. He's going to end up being close to a 90 overall probably by the time he graduates or higher. And all he needs is championship contender. So that means if we keep winning, he's going to stay here and end up being a draftable player. So we're going to change some positions and get ready for season number 4. This is probably the year where we take the biggest jump. I don't know what recruiting is going to look like, but in terms of the actual roster talent, it's going to be the best we've had by a lot, even though we just went 13-1 with our one loss being a CFP loss to Michigan. So we are really getting the ball rolling here. Looking for good dev traits here. Bartlett has star dev, which is nice. Aaron Mixon at guard has star dev. Impact and normal just really don't do it for me. But the star and elite, that's like the big difference with the 5 stars compared to every other thing, is, and star dev for Azor we talked about. But the 3 stars are just normal dev almost always. And Ajabo, of course, had elite dev, and we lose him to Ohio State. So we're going to go ahead and simulate the week here, get these training points, and get ready for the next season. I said we were getting ready for season number 4, and I don't know if that's true. Our quarterback Reinhardt has upgraded his dev trait from normal to impact, by the way. These are training results for 2027. I do have manual upgrade on. And, I mean, the dev trait upgrade is definitely nice. Is it enough to really make A.J. Reinhardt fantastic, though? It may be enough. But you really need the star dev players. John Fogg has star dev as a north-south blocker type. Now, I haven't really recruited any of these, but looking at the player, he's got high trucking. Now, he has no lateral ability, which north-south blocker would probably help you figure out. And, okay, so this archetype, maybe I've been thinking about it wrong. Maybe it's more of like a third down pass protecting back. But he can't really catch. I don't know. It's still a weird archetype to me, but maybe I'm slightly more interested. Like at the 5-star level, maybe those guys look okay. It's something to think about. So this will be the starting quarterback this year, Cutter Boley. We're up to an 82 overall. Got a big upgrade at running back, but we still have a pretty good group going. I think we're going to get Dylan Lawrence back next year, and he should be my starting power back. So he should score a lot of touchdowns. Jamarius Wilder looks really good overall. The defense seems to be in a pretty good position. We obviously did quite well in the portal, bringing in, Peyton Morgan. Cornerback's a little bit better here. Rashawn Thompson is a year older. Scott Carney, many years older. He aged a lot. And then our linebackers still look pretty good. We can't recruit linebacker as well as we did last year and the year before. Maybe the year before more than last year. Because our DC, obviously, with the elite recruiter, great linebacker coach, left to become the head coach at UCF. But this is what the team looks like. I know Reinhardt was very good last year. But what it comes down to is he may transfer again due to conference prestige. And he's pretty much capped out. So I'm going with the best quarterback. If there's an injury, obviously we have a good backup in someone that was great last year. But this is what has to happen this year. We join the American, by the way. And I think we're going to do pretty well in this conference. I'd love to schedule Charlotte here or Georgia Southern. Not seeing either of those as options in week 5. But it'd be nice to get a rivalry. Okay, so Georgia Southern is the last week of the year anyway. I'd love to get Charlotte here. And in order to do that, we'll probably remove NC State. Remove Cincinnati. And then we'll try to play Charlotte here, which doesn't appear to be an option either. Oh, you're kidding me. Yeah, I forgot we jumped into the same division with Charlotte now, and I didn't do a protected rivalry, so we don't play them this year, I guess. Baylor, maybe? I need good visits. I'll figure it out, and I'll catch up with you guys in a minute. First commit of the year, Mo Chikwara from Henderson, North Carolina, 4-star edge rusher, as we're going to swing and miss on the receivers, but we pretty much already pulled out of some of those recruitments. We're fringe top 25 right now. I think we lost to UConn. Big 4-touchdown game from Devon. We are 5-1. I really can't believe we lost to UConn. They were 0-2 going into the game as well. That's borderline unbelievable, but we barely beat Buffalo. Why does at Rice feel like it's going to be a tough game? And then we have the bye week following that. So we already have more recruited at this point than we did all of last year. That's nice. But we got to get some of these visits going. Mastrud, I could see by week 10 already being committed elsewhere. We took the lead on Danny Winbush, but Ohio State is pushing. And we're unlikely to win that battle. I'm going to try to get David Buck on a campus, 5-star running back. Week 10 might be perfect timing. Larry Cushenby is going to head to Clemson. It sucks to lose some of these battles, but I mean, it happens when you're recruiting, trying to get 5 stars. You will be able to get some of them. So again, I do think it's worth it to go after these guys, but you got to be prepared to lose, and you can't panic when you do. You got to just be, all right, okay, transfer portal's right around the corner, which in recruiting land, it pretty much is. And, play for that next recruitment. That's all you can do. 5-star linebacker Jason Paxton is another commit that we're adding to the class. We are 8-1. Faring pretty well so far. I still can't believe UConn beat us. That's like the strangest thing. We are 10-1. Undefeated in conference play. So we will be in the American Championship game, our first year in the conference. Currently, we are on the outside looking in. However, of the group of 5 teams, we are number 1. So, Southern Miss can't get in unless we lose. If we were to lose to 3-8 Georgia Southern in a rivalry game, yeah, that could totally change the trajectory of this season. I don't anticipate that happening as we lose like the entire class. That's how that goes. 11-1. Okay. Derek Simmons has set the American single-season sacks record. We lost to 3-8 Georgia State, or Georgia Southern. We are still playing in the championship game. Is there a chance that Southern Miss... Oh, we did win. We lost to UConn. That's right. That's right. My fault. My fault. I thought we were undefeated again. Yeah, we lost to UConn early. No, we're totally... I'm like, we didn't really drop that much in the rankings for losing that game, but no, yeah. Yeah, my fault. Went brain dead. That happens from time to time. But we're good. We are in it on a 5-star quarterback, Ed Draft, playing to get drafted. Ohio State's proving to be a tough opponent in this recruiting battle, but if we can force a recruiting battle, we may be able to get a commitment in the offseason. We just have to have him not commit to Ohio State in the interim, and we'll see if that ends up happening or not. Left a lot of these players on our board in case they ended up decommitting. Hasn't happened yet, still could potentially. First year in the American, we are playing in the conference championship. I don't really like our coordinators very much. You've just got to be able to recruit better. Motivator's cool, but I need some that are a little bit more interesting. And I'm going to fire both. Hall Simmons is gone. Hurt is gone. We need better coordinators as we become a better program. We are 11-1. We've got to be able to recruit some of the best players in the nation. If we win the conference here, we may jump to the ACC as Ed Draft commits to Ohio State. We are 12-1. We are back in the college football playoff. We have won 2 different conferences back-to-back, and now Cutter Boley is dominating in the same way we had with our quarterback last year. But I think Boley was the upgrade. I think it was worthwhile as Amari LeBourne continues to play very well. 5-star true sophomore. We are headed to the college football playoff. Hopefully we're not playing Michigan this year. I want somebody really bad. It would be great. As Gilmore picks Notre Dame. Believe it or not, the class is looking a lot better than it was last year at this time. As Keyshawn Ajabo wins the Heisman at Ohio State. We were very close to having him commit to App State. Well, he wins the Heisman at Ohio State. Pitt is our opponent here in the first round of the college football playoff. What I will say, win or lose here, Pitt is probably the best team we could have possibly played here. I guess Southern Miss, but we were never going to play the 12 seed. Pitt is probably the best team we could have possibly played. But Texas and Ohio State would be tough opponents if we were to make it that far. But just winning a college football playoff game in the first place would be incredible for team prestige, for the future of this program. And hopefully we can actually bring in some really good coordinators. Joe Craddock is a pretty high overall player. He's got talent developer. He's got recruiter. He's got motivator. The prestige isn't great, and that would hurt our overall team prestige, obviously. But I think that's about the best offensive coordinator that we're going to be able to find. And then, I mean, Derek Mason's here. He's got architect. I'd love to get an elite recruiter, but those typically do not become available. He's got strategist, which is interesting. I don't know. We'll find something. Architect is sometimes super desirable. And I need somebody with recruiter is the thing. I think we're going to offer Derek Mason now. And then we'll potentially pivot to Jordan Hankins or somebody else in week 2 or week 3. Sometimes you do get better options there. But we're going to jump in. College football playoff, round 1. Pitt to 79. This is as good of a chance as we're going to have to win a game. Hopefully we don't get blown out this time in simulation. We are down 3-0. 10-0. End on defense. You know, we may want the next offensive drive. Let's see what that looks like. Okay, we're already down a tremendous amount. 17-0. Can we just not play in the college football playoff? That maybe is the case. Pitt isn't really even that good. I know they went 10-2 in the ACC. They're playing great. But they're not that good. This is a team we've got a chance to beat. Deep shot for Boley. Beautiful location! But maybe hangs up a little bit too long as LeBourne can't get to it. Maybe try running the football from midfield. Wilder trying to sneak through. Gets a couple. Not enough. If we don't score a touchdown prior to half, this game is probably over. It's going to be a tough comeback regardless. But we need points absolutely right now. Good start. And we probably don't want Pitt to get the ball again, but I can't really worry about that right now. We just need to get points on the board. Boley forced out. We've got some options here. The safest option is probably Cutter Boley taking off. 2nd and 2. RPO. What do they read here? Slant looked open. Rahman catches it, but they rotate it over. We need a touchdown right now. Boley stepping up. Calling the receiver back to me. I've never really done that, and our starting right tackle, Jaleel Ream, is hurt. I think he was even playing left tackle for us. Here's 2nd and 8. Tight end is open. That's Galloway. Pitt calling timeouts now. At least we're finally moving the ball. We didn't at all in simulation. Yeah, throw an elbow sweatband on and get back in there. 1:16 to play. Speed option pitch to Wilder could be the move here. That's what we're going to do. Wilder gets a couple. I don't mind Pitt calling timeouts. But we need to find a way to punch this in. Pitt probably about to call their final timeout of the half. And they do. So it's going to be at least a little bit tougher for them to move the ball. The CPU seems like they want us to play pretty conservatively. Can't really afford to do that at this point in the game. Got to try to score here. Wilder cannot make the catch. And 3 is not going to cut it. We need 7. 17-3 is just not going to move the needle. We need 7. I like the cut. That's a touchdown, Rahman! Spicy. Spicy ramen noodles? I don't know. Needed a touchdown. I think we are officially back in it. We actually have 10 seconds to potentially do something as well. From our own 9, not likely to make anything happen. But we do have some real talent at receiver. Not the speed that we had last year, but we could potentially get something going. And you know why this has been a struggle? We're on the road here. Deep shot for Amari LeBourne. He can't come up with it. 4 seconds, just don't get safetied. We're going to take a deep shot. They're going to give us time here. They doubled it. Nothing doing. Okay, we're only down 10. We have the potential to come back in this. Hostile environment, road game, the first round of the college football playoff. We have not defended Josh Dunbar well. But we do start with the ball, and we're going to get a drive here. And we're going to see if we can bring this to within 3. I feel like the offense hasn't looked so bad. We've obviously taken some big deep shots. Just due to the time, and those have not worked out. But if we just, you know, run a methodical offense, I think we're going to be in position to move the ball down the field and get right back in this thing. Let's see how that goes. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's just not going to work out for us. Their defense is clamping up, playing well. And we just got to play for being down 10. Or do we? It's a fake! There goes Dylan Lawrence! You never know with me. That's a crazy call, but it works. They're not ready for it. And down 10 in the college football playoff, you got to take some chances. There's the post, caught by Rahman. Let's go, hurry up, keep the tempo. Let's go. Oh, that play works this year. It really does. We had the outbreaker. We had a little corner route from the slot on the left side. But I didn't see it in time. And by the time I noticed that it was going to be super open, of course it was too late. As we're flushed out right. We can't take a fake punt and then not get points off of it. But nobody can really seem to hear the adjustments. And that's a pretty huge problem. Boley on the move, throwing crossbody. That's insane! Cutter Boley to Amari LeBourne. I mean, that should absolutely never work, but it did. Hurry up. You got to step. Natural pick, Devon, touchdown. All right. This thing's not over yet. We're fighting. We're battling. Let's go defense. They allowed 3. Touchdown and an extra point gives us the lead. This is Heisman for those curious. That's a perfect ball. Perfect ball! Devon with a toe tap. As we play the former Heisman winning quarterback, I believe, from a year ago. Cutter Boley trying to out-battle him. I mean, I love when they show a double mug look. I feel like you can run the ball a lot better against it as we got big power from the O-line and a nice run by Kamani Alexander. Even though maybe that should be Dylan Lawrence, but he was in on the fake punt and that worked out super well. Back is open. That's Kamani Alexander, and that's very close to a first down. Let's keep the tempo up. Could even try a screen here. Although I feel like they often read screens. They took a bad angle. We didn't get the block, though. Alexander down inside the 10. Keep the tempo up. That should have been a touchdown. We needed to do a better job of setting up the block. I don't want to, you know, turn over the ball trying to play too aggressively. It's exactly what I did. It's exactly what I did. And I saw him lurking, and I thought the tight end would just have the inside read. I thought he would have enough leverage. Pick 6, that might do it. The problem is you just can't throw the ball to a tight end like that. The tight end is just not going to cut the way you're used to a receiver cutting. And I'll tell you, the linebackers for the CPU play way better than mine because they were actually at the goal line, not letting anything in. And Boley couldn't get rid of it. 3rd and 21. They're pressing. There's still time. But it looks pretty bad. Nobody can hear the adjustment. We got 5 seconds. We got to snap it. We actually have a step down the field here, but Cummins lost the step. He's so slow. I don't know. Do we have... If Amari LeBourne completely beat press and I didn't see it? Nah, he's dead. He just completely lost the steps that he had. And now we just need to throw up a prayer. LeBourne's probably our best bet. We have one-on-one. That's where it's got to go. You got to ag him. That could do it. Pitt gets the win. Came down to one mistake, you know, in the low red zone. I didn't think the linebacker would play it as well. I thought the tight end would get a better break. In that spot, it's too risky of a decision because I knew it was going to be a tight window throw. Big mistake. I've made a few. And I'll probably make more if I would have to bet. That is our season. We'll get ready for the next one. We'll go over the season stats. It was a good effort after going down 17-0. I'm sure I'm going to hear choke. We were down 17-0, you know. Gave it a good run. Cutter Boley played great. We have B-plus championship contender despite being in the college football playoff. One of 12 teams to do so. That feels stupid. Great season for Wilder. He should be back. Receiving, 3 receivers over 1,000 yards. 10 touchdowns for Rahman and Devon. We should be able to keep LeBourne, obviously. And then Derek Simmons with an incredible year. He's going to be graduating or getting drafted. Put up 19.5 sacks. 26 tackles for loss. What a year for Derek Simmons. And maybe that bump up to a 91 overall means he gets drafted. That's what we'd hope for. I would hope the legacy, or that would help the legacy of Coach Gene Dangus and App State. And yeah, all we can do is get ready for the portal here. Class is coming along. I wish we had another year of development at quarterback, but Boley's going to be gone. Reinhardt can't really get developed much more. We're about to lose talent in the portal, like always. We have a tough task ahead of us. The only question is going to be, do we jump to the ACC or not? We'll see. Players leaving. Oh, I really thought we'd have another year of Jamaris Wilder. No. He has not been persuaded. Sydney Azor wants to transfer to the championship contender. We have a B+ despite playing in the college football playoff. He wants an A-. But he's decided to stay. That's a big one. Reinhardt has not been persuaded. He's leaving due to conference prestige. Fuller, due to pro potential, is gone. Jaleel Ream is gone due to pro potential. Dylan Lawrence is a playtime transfer. That's fine. He really didn't play that much this past year. We need more at tight end. Enigbare is back. Mike Brenner, I'd like to keep. He has not been persuaded. We'll do the last one on Dylan Lawrence here. And he has actually decided to stay. If he didn't have normal dev, I think he'd be fantastic. But the problem is he does have it. Cutter Boley gets drafted. Wilder goes in round 4. Simmons was a 3rd-round pick. And Peyton Morgan goes in the 2nd. Gonna have to kill it in the portal. You know the deal. What type of players can we even bring in here? Hopefully good ones. A lot of top players. Will we actually be able to get any? Unlikely. And it doesn't look like we really have any options at quarterback. I mean, Reinhardt would have been one of the best players. And now we have B conference prestige, by the way. Sick. Dude, some of this stuff is so dumb. Well, the transfer portal is over. We did not do as well as I would have liked. And DeMarco Neal, I really thought was going to end up committing. And it just didn't happen. And we added a lot of guys, a lot of 2-star transfer portal players late in the cycle. And I'm sure there are going to be a lot of players that are uncommitted on our board. So our ranking is going to be a little bit lower than it could end up feeling like. As these guys are going to Jacksonville State. But these uncommitted players down here, because we've offered them scholarships, they could still end up just being on our roster by week 1. So keep in mind that that's a possibility that these 3-star receivers could end up in the class. But, you know, we didn't exactly kill the portal this year, and we didn't kill national recruiting either at the high school level. Now, we did end up with a top 20 class, which is better than last year, which was 25th, I believe. We had a 5-star, 9 4-stars, and 7 3-stars. So the class was still actually quite good. But it probably will look even better because we'll have more depth on you know, week 0, opening day, whatever you want to say. Team is looking pretty good. The only question marks are at quarterback, and I think Christian Upshaw is going to end up being the starter pretty clearly, and he maybe, like, shouldn't even be here because he wanted to transfer. He was the second, and then he was the third string quarterback, and he's kind of just been the third string quarterback, but now he's in a position where he will end up being our starter, and we'll see what Christian Upshaw can do as the starter. I'm excited to see the potential. It's not awful. If you look at his skill caps here, it's not amazing. That's for sure, but it's not awful. But it very much is not amazing. So we'll see. Unfortunately, Jason Paxton is what you'd call a bust, probably. 73 overall, normal dev 5-star. Pretty awful. Pretty awful. Humangan what? Is that too niche of a reference at this point? We've got 5 stars that are interested off the bat. We haven't done that well with recruiting the 5 stars up to this point, even though they are interested. We just haven't won. It's a lot of corners. I don't know. I feel like D-tackle's such a big need. Each class doesn't really have what I'm looking for, it seems. And that is frustrating. But maybe this 3-star or 5-star quarterback will give us a chance. We've got a lot of needs everywhere, all over the place. It's not my favorite spot to be in, admittedly. But it's the situation we find ourselves in. Receiver, again, so easy to get those guys to end up committing. Or like, you will be able to find a receiver. Or 5. It may not be the exact one you want off the rip, but you'll be able to find them. Easier than any other position in the game. Our defense needs such an improvement. It's not even funny. And we're not able to go after any of the real high-rated edge rushers. Show me the speed rushers. There's so few of them. But we got to set up the board. Hopefully, you know, actually get the players we go after this year. But it's so tough, you know, being in this area and having to fight against Clemson and Auburn and Georgia and Florida, Miami, Florida State, even UNC. It's tough to beat out any of these schools. LSU has been heavily involved in some of the recruitments, for sure. It's tough. We do have new coordinators this year. We need to get some game changers. Some real, I would say, some real, like, program difference makers. We are so close, yet still pretty far. But I can feel that we're close. It's just, we just need to take the extra step up. We've been unlucky with recruiting a little bit so far. It's not even just that we're missing out on the players we're going after, but even the players that we're going after, if we get them, they're not good somehow. It's been a tough couple of years here. We're still winning regardless, but it'd be a lot easier with better players. We start preseason ranked number 21. The team is just not as good as it was last year, and that is a bit of a problem. Now, we do have 5 players that are playing at least up to a 90 or higher, but I guess the overall depth of the team is not as good. It doesn't really look that bad. And I think Christian Upshaw will be the starter. I mean, Charles Lawrence just says normal dev. If you have normal dev, you're useless. Completely useless. So, it just is what it is. It's the transfer portal swings and misses, as well as the swings and misses on just regular high school recruits, as Corey Hakeem has moved to the edge. That has really hurt us. Pat Gravel's up to, you know, the mid-90s almost. Linebacker does look pretty good for the future, but the dev traits are mostly not very good. So it's going to take a bit. We got to be prepared to lose our top couple of corners. Rashawn Thompson could go pro with only 77 man coverage. He's got 99 speed and acceleration, though. Jordan Young looks fantastic. Like, the team isn't bad. We're just not any closer to competing for a national championship yet. I know the record's good, or will be good probably. I know our ranking looks pretty good. Our program tradition has gone up. But I don't see this roster and go, oh yeah, this is a national championship caliber team. It's just not. So we're going to figure out what steps we need to take in order to get there. But it means actually hitting on some of these top prospects. We've got to. That may kill our season. Rashawn Thompson, Achilles tear. His season's over. There goes our 5-star. What does that mean for him declaring for the draft? I'm not really sure. But what I can tell you is his season is over. We'll get him back next year. Maybe. He still might declare for the draft. He's a high enough overall where that's a possibility. Man. Week 8 is a big week for us. We have one loss. We lost to North Texas, unfortunately. But this would be a really, really big week. We had visitors. We do win. We are ranked as the number 13 team in the country. Now, nobody commits following week 8. Texas is really making a move. We're getting quite lucky with playstyle deal breakers because we have 2 5-star receivers that we're not really recruiting heavily right now because we didn't have to. However, TCU's starting to make a move. That's dangerous. Getting 2 5-star receivers for free and their speedster types, which is a type that upgrades really well, pretty awesome. LaJarvis Tunks just had a great visit, 5-star tackle, blowout victory with a couple of complimentary visits for him. That looks okay. Miami could be a real challenge in that one. We do take the lead over Oregon in the recruiting battle, but they're right there. They are right there. And they're probably going to take the lead at least, you'd think, after week 11. I don't know. But a 4-star guard would be nice. Off the edge, we went for a sway on Vince Jones. It did not work. And that has given Louisville the lead. I'm going to try it again. I don't know what happens if you just leave it on versus retrying it. But we need the sway to include championship contender. It's really the only way we're going to have a chance. Otherwise, we're just going to be out-recruited. I don't know why I can't find it. Week 9, Ariel Awale, very close to committing. He is on campus this week with Jamerson Minner and Ofisa Taumapenu. That sounded pretty seamless. You believe it's pronounced that way, even if it's not. I don't know. 5-star corner. He's got a lot of visits lined up. Top-rated player. LSU is probably our biggest competition, I would say. Thought it was going to be Oklahoma, but they stopped pushing as hard. Huge week here. Huge week. We got LaRue on campus next week. Minner is not being recruited, but he's just a good complimentary visit. Also, he's a 4-star athlete thumper linebacker, so probably insane. 5-star linebacker Broderick Claypool is on campus next week. Ole Miss is really our only competition there. Jordan Ramirez on campus next week, 5-star D-tackle. We're actually competing for 5 stars this year. Vince Jones is a high 4-star on campus next week as opposed to this week. But we need this one to go really well. It's not make or break for the class, but it could definitely push towards making it. With Ofisa committing, we had a nice visit for Cortez Aviles, who is Dominican, I don't know. He's a 5-star running back, number 1 running back in the nation, top 5 player overall. Not a lot of competition right now due to play style. That's the thing about play style of deal breakers is if you're struggling to get your play style to meet that, you've got no chance, right? But if you can, other teams often will not have a chance, which makes them kind of free at times. So a couple different ways to look at it. But Olawale is close to committing. We're in some recruiting battles. Minner's on campus as well. And we also have Ofisa. So 3 visitors is all we could do this week. But that's totally fine. This is a huge game. We're looking pretty good on the other 5 stars. But beating 1-6 FIU going to be incredibly important for so many reasons. We would advance to 8-1. We would improve our overall record and record in the conference. Ofisa Tomapenu has committed, the 5-star corner out of Beaumont, Texas. And you might be seeing a lot more of Beaumont, Texas on the channel soon. Who knows? And joining him is 3-star safety Ari Olawale, or Ari. 4-star left guard Tyreek Winbush. Battle with Oregon, we win it. We lose a 3-star corner I wasn't even committing. He was really low on my board. So I'm not really even upset about that one. A- championship contender. Top 12 team in the nation. Tulane visit's going to be super, super important as well. Or the Tulane game because of the visits. As I talked about week 10. 5-star corner Jaden LaRue. 4-star edge Vince Jones. It's make or break. We got to get him this week. 5-star D tackle Jordan Ramirez. Make or break this week. We're going to force a recruiting battle if we win. 5-star Mike linebacker Broderick Claypool. This is a huge week for recruiting. Miami's making a real push for tongues. There's not much we can do about it right now. Things went all right. We are 9-1. Vince Jones picks Louisville. We couldn't get the sway to work. It was our undoing in the end, I would say. Looking good on the receivers. And we do overtake Clemson, but we're in a recruiting battle with them. And that's not really where I want to be. That's kind of a tough ask for us to win that recruitment battle. And we did not get the aspirational. No. Finally, Cortez Aviles commits. 5-star running back. 5-star D tackle Jordan Ramirez joins him. We do lose 5-star tackle LaJarvis Tongues to the U. But not bad overall. We're up to an 87 overall. And this is our last regular season game of the year. Georgia Southern. And it needs to be big for Trevor Trapp because this is our last chance to jump ahead of Texas, maybe force a recruiting battle that I hope we can win in the offseason. And then we just have the play style in order to go after these receivers. But it's not great. It's very close. But overall, recruiting's been very, very good to us this year. Obviously, could always be better. But this is a tremendous class already. I would like to have Nigel Hicks in it, though. And it doesn't seem like that's going to happen. The play style deal breaker on him is just tough. Are we not passing for enough yardage? I guess not. In order to meet the deal breaker for the athlete quarterback, we need to absolutely light up the scoreboard today against Georgia Southern. They're super low ranked. It's a rivalry game. We got a 5-star corner on campus who we probably won't get just because Texas is pushing. But we need to pass for a lot of yards. This is absolutely the team to do it against. Could be a big one. We need a lot of passing yards in this game. A lot. And I think catches by receivers as well. So it's going to be up-tempo. It's going to be taking shots, probably. Georgia Southern, in theory, should not be nearly good enough to hang. But it's Heisman difficulty. You never know. And I struggle to pass the ball. The O-line struggles to pass protect. So, I mean, there's no telling how badly this could go. It's a good route, though. Catch made by LeBourne. LeBourne, I need you to outrun everybody. All right, Amari LeBourne. All we have is one corner on campus. I wish I could have got him some complimentary visits with some buddies. It just wasn't possible. That's going to be a pick. It's just insanely stupid is what that is. It's just a stupid decision. We're going to take a second look at this one. Amari LeBourne, you'll see it here on the replay, just outruns the coverage. And that's what should have happened against Georgia Southern. Good ball, clean pocket. This is what should happen. I know this is not a college football playoff game or a conference championship. It's just a game at the end of the season against 3-8 Georgia Southern. But this game matters a lot to us. And we need to go out and we need to show that we're one of the best teams in the nation. And, okay, that doesn't really help us. I don't know why I would risk the health of the quarterback. We just need to light up the scoreboard. We need a ton of passing yards. And we need catches by wide receivers. I think the safety got caught flat-footed. But he makes the play and bats it to... Dude! Alright, you just can't... If you're going to throw a deep ball, you probably just need to not... Well, okay, that's insane coverage. I've thrown 3 picks here. I thought we had a step. I was going to say you can't throw it up the slot, up the seam. Got to be on the outside, but nope. Patatagwe gets the ball back for us, though. But these Georgia Southern receivers are running with these routes down the field, or these Georgia Southern corners are running with these receivers remarkably well. And that better be pass interference, because the post was going to come wide open, and then it just wasn't open. Like, you try to throw with anticipation. What is this? He, like, tackles him. I know we got the call, but I need the catches. I need the yards. It's insane. I'm probably just going to cut to the end of the game where I've dominated and we win, you know, 50-7 or whatever. But right now, it's not happening. They catch everything. We do end up winning the game by a lot, 41-14. Pretty easy. I mean, Georgia Southern, their DBs were incredible for some reason. Well, I know the reason. It's Heisman with the min speed threshold set to default. But, I mean, Charles Lawrence came in, played pretty well. Upshaw wasn't benched, by the way. He was hurt. So that's not great. But we did get, you know, a good amount of catches for our receivers. Didn't run the ball very much. Amari LeBourne dominated, 11 for 262. 3 touchdowns, 2 drops. Austin Daniel should have been able to be a lot faster. 2 picks for Patatagwe in this one. But we are ready for the American Championship game and, of course, the College Football Playoff. I don't see any reason why we shouldn't be in the College Football Playoff. Even with a loss, we'll see. But I would imagine we probably still need to win. We're going to be ranked somewhere around 8, 9, 10. So a loss could knock us out in theory, as even with the visit, Texas holds the lead for Trevor Trapp. We're going to be the 10th ranked team of the country as we get ready to take on the only team that has beat us this year. That's the North Texas Mean Green, essentially playing for a spot, or at least playing spoiler. This one could get scary. And this one is unfortunate. Texas is just too strong. Corey Hakeem is also hurt, by the way. Torn bicep. His season is over. Get a medical red shirt. Is that a possibility? When did he get hurt? I'm sure he played too many games, as is tradition. Well, he has 33 solo tackles, so he played pretty much the entire season, probably. But only 6 sacks to show for it. Didn't really transition to the full-time edge role that well. We're going to take on North Texas. I mean, if this is not a blowout, I don't know what will be. But we lost them already this year, so I don't know. It shouldn't be close. We'll see if it is. 10-0's a good start. North Texas with a touchdown. We answer, they answer. 17-14. Third quarter. 20-14. Oh my goodness, this is such a close game. 23-14. What is the name of this quarterback? Jameson Schism? Okay. Well, he's driving his team down the field, trying to win this football game. They need 2 scores in 2 minutes. That's going to help us. Our defense has played well. We've got to play great for 2 more minutes. That's it. What's the worst number at QB? 44 or 98? Devin Gardner or 98. There was some like real significance behind it. I can't remember what it is. It's kind of like a good story. But just aesthetically, that's what we're talking about here. 44, I'm going to say, I think is better because that could be like you're at Navy or Army and that's like a you know, a big fullback number. And that's like the quarterback. You know, like a Wildcat QB. I think 44 is better. Let me know down in the comments in the chat if you disagree. But we are 1 minute and 42 seconds away from winning the American. North Texas has a couple of timeouts. We just got to move the ball a little bit. And we're going to win the conference. Easy as that. We're on to the CFP. We have won the American. 23-14 over North Texas. Big win. We didn't really pass for a ton of yards, and that could hurt in recruiting. But we ran the ball well with Dylan Lawrence, and Christian Upshaw even had a heck of a game on the ground. A 64-yard rushing touchdown for him. That'll boost those numbers up a little bit. We're headed back to the college football playoff. I still think we're probably at least a year away, but I mean, just getting there is still pretty big. 5-star Broderick Claypool jumps in the class at Mike linebacker. We do lose Trevor Trapp to Texas. But I think we're doing okay on the other corners. Getting another 5-star linebacker I do think is going to be good for us when the one that we recruited last season had only normal development. We are the number 9 team in the nation. We'll check out the season stats prior to the college football playoff. Recruiting battle with Oklahoma. These are going to be really tough to win. We have A- championship contender as OU's Matt Zollers wins the Heisman over 4,000 yards passing, 41 touchdowns. It's Oregon in the college football playoff. Not a good matchup for us. Oregon's pretty good. Good year for Upshaw. I mean, you got to remember, like 4 of these picks came in the same game with me controlling. That'll happen. But good year overall. Dylan Lawrence has been great. If we had an actual really good back and good O-line, I can only imagine how insane these numbers might be. Receiving, LeBourne goes for over 1,200. I'm really afraid we're going to lose him to the draft. 16 touchdowns. Rahman was very good as well. And then defensively, these guys were not amazing. I think injuries hurt overall. And we're lacking the top-end talent on defense. But we've lost so much on the defensive side of the ball. It's going to be basically impossible to beat Oregon here. I'm telling you. And ASU's really going after Hugh Mangan. I don't know how they got their play style up, but they did. OU looks pretty good on Lionel Edmond. TCU Ole Miss pushing for Ahmad Lamar. We're in a recruiting battle with Iowa for Jaden LaRue. We'll have to see what ends up happening. And yeah, Cincinnati is going to end up with Jamerson Minner. There's not much we can do. But at least we're barely in play for the quarterback. And that's maybe the most important thing. Or it's an important thing. As we're locked out on all the offensive linemen I tried to add. Pretty much. That's how that goes. But big game against Oregon. I don't think it's going to go that well, personally. And the game is at Oregon because it's the first round of the playoffs, and they're a higher seed. So this is now a hostile away game in 30-degree weather. Maybe we can play well, but we're already down 3. 3's fine. 10 is less than fine. We're really not able to score so far, and that is probably the biggest issue. 0 points. No sign of scoring more, and we're not going to be able to snap the ball before the 2-minute timeout. If we can somehow get points here before the half, we may be in better shape. It's a big 4th down conversion. I don't love it. Everyone's ice cold. That's a big blitz, but it's a big completion. Upshaw has been intercepted in this game. Oregon is just better. Like, we know that. We need to get lucky to get a win. That's what it's going to be. I'm not sure it's going to happen for us, but we are going to try, obviously. I mean, nobody knows what play to run here. I'm ripping that. Rahman holds on. Touchdown, App State Mountaineers. Okay. It's not over yet. It's not over yet. Maybe the defense can get us the ball back before half. In a way. In a way. Not the way I was looking for. 8 seconds. We might actually have that up the seam. Oh, there's a safety. And the corner picked it off anyway. Well, final play of the first half doesn't really matter, but unfortunate. Football in the second half, though. Down 20-7. It's so tough to play these road games. You just don't know what the play you've audibled to is. It may be the beginning of the end. Well, we had a big score. Big streak to Daniel. I mean, he burned by him again, but I wasn't really ready for it to happen. I get so afraid to throw these deep balls, but, I mean, Daniel is winning down the field, and we might want to try and get him in. He's got pretty good wheels. It's going to be Daniel over Devon. I need better speed to match up against Oregon. We are down by 6 points. We can't run the ball. We're struggling to even know what the play is. I think it's this. But pressure's just too much. That's Cole Cogshell. I feel like I remember recruiting him. And we can't even punt here with how crazy it is to play at Oregon. Oh my goodness. They're driving. Again, it's like, it feels like the beginning of the end. Trying to take the top off the defense. We're not down by a ton, but you know, I'm really struggling to move the ball in general. It's tough when you forget what the routes are. And it doesn't show you what the buttons are when you snap the ball. And it's tough when receivers drop the ball. Ended up being a tougher catch than I thought, but it's just tough to win a game like this. It really is. We'll take that, though. Rahman's got decent speed. Puts us near midfield. I don't want this to be the final game of the season. Again, I said we're probably like a year or two away, and I really believe that. But making a Cinderella run this year and coming away with a national championship would be pretty nice. It just seems like it's probably not going to happen. Like, give me a face mask or something. I mean, it's just not a fumble. That is the ball game, 53-28. Oregon was just better. They're a better team. They had home field advantage at a crazy environment, and they beat us in simulation and on the field. Unwinnable game, unfortunately. Players leaving. How bad are we going to get hit here? So LeBourne wants to go pro. So does Rashawn Thompson due to playtime. He is the starter. So we're going to fix that. Have C+ playing time, needs A-. Well, you're the starter, so we're going to fix that. Amari Laborn to be a 5th round pick, you really want to leave? He's going to leave. Cornelius has not been persuaded. Gio Terrell for depth has not been persuaded. We will get Rashawn Thompson back. This is a bug. They are working on it, where juniors try to leave due to playing time. If you want to fix that, here's how you would do it. Do user player transfer chance. Turn that down to 0. And then you'll get a guaranteed decides to stay. Now, that's not cheating because he shouldn't be leaving due to playtime because he is the starter, as I've said. But it is annoying that that's still in the game. I will say that. It's very annoying. It's an easy fix, kind of, but it is annoying. Losing Laborn is pretty frustrating. We also lose Pat Gravel to the draft. That's super, super annoying. Lose Jordan Young, lose Devon, lose Rahman. We graduate a lot of our best players. So we are going to need, and really stop me if you've heard this before, but we are really going to need to kill the transfer portal and really the rest of high school recruiting as well. So I'm so happy Amari Laborn got to go in round 4. Congrats to him. You left early to be a day 3 pick. What a moment. Lionel Edmond, 5-star from Spring, Texas, has committed to App State. Joining him, 4-star right tackle Ezekiel Blasingame. Very nice. We do lose a raw strength tackle and a quarterback that we wanted. Because I don't know who's going to play quarterback for us this year. I really don't. It looks like probably Nigel Hicks. Maybe we should have had a week 2 visit with Cooks because we had a complimentary going, or a couple. But, I mean, both of these guys have committed elsewhere now. We knew we were not going to get the tackle, who's raw strength anyway, so I didn't really care. But the depth of the class is not where it needs to be right now. It's pretty close, to be honest. It's just not quite there yet. And I will say that the top-end talent in the class is just phenomenal. So I'm feeling really good. I'm not saying this is a guaranteed top 5 class or anything like that, but I think there's a pretty good chance it's going to end up being top 10. I think I can say that. And there is 5-star receiver Hugh Mengen from Hayward, California. Big get in the class. I'm not going to give you an update just yet. I'll show you a National Signing Day. But it looks great, especially if Jaden LaRue can end up in the class. That would be fantastic. Still got a chance to win some of these as well. You know, I'm really looking for depth more than almost anything else. Okay, Clemson all of a sudden is in here. And they might just get him. That may be the difference. Clemson out of nowhere. You've got to be kidding me. 5-star receiver Ahmad Lamar from Indiana joins the class, as does 5-star corner Jaden LaRue from Riverside, Missouri. Nigel Hicks may be our starting quarterback next year. That's how bad it will potentially look. I'll catch you guys up with the final class. It's going to be pretty incredible. Okay, let's see final class ranking and dev traits. Top 2 class in the nation. Pretty good. That's 8 5-stars. Ohio State had 7. We had 8 dev traits for these star players. Impact for Ofisa, not great. Normal for Edmond, awful. Impact for LaRue, not good. Oh my god, Mengen has star. Lamar has elite. Aviles has elite. Elite for Jordan Ramirez. Star for Claypool. But man, the dev traits have not been kind to us. And Winbush ends up picking Ohio State. How did they pass us with no scholarship? Oh my God. That's insane. We needed help off the edge so badly. And there are just no options in the portal for us. So that's really, really unfortunate. And the edge rushers down here all have normal dev. All are not very good. And most of them picked other schools. So the ones we actually did get, not great. Normal dev for Minner. At least our kicker is star dev in the portal. Yay. Nick Winbush did end up at App State, by the way. Only impact dev. He didn't want to walk on at Ohio State, I guess. Wise decision, young man. We've moved to the ACC. This is the schedule. It's much harder than it has been. And I'm scheduling out-of-conference SEC opponent, top 25, Mizzou. We'll see if they're ranked by that time. But right now they are. Our overall will be better than a 79. Is this going to be the year, though? Again, with the whole quarterback thing, I don't know that we have a good enough quarterback to carry us the whole way. And even beyond that, I'm not sure that the rest of the team is good enough. It is a good team. The overall is still showing a 79. It's not. It's not a 79. It just got upgraded. It's not a 79. We're going to probably put a couple players in the first round this year, though. Daniel, Carney, Thompson, Azor, all got pretty good chances to go. And Christian Upshaw is an 87 overall. I transferred away the backup QB. It's going to be Nigel Hicks with his normal dev. We will be starting some freshmen. I'm worried about them hitting the portal, to be honest. But we'll see what this team looks like. The O-line is probably as good as it has been. Right tackle's not amazing. The D-line isn't good. That's really where we're pretty weak. Linebackers, pretty solid. May end up starting Broderick Claypool, but we got some really good depth. Corners at the top end look pretty great. May end up having some true freshman play quite a bit, despite all having bad dev traits. Safety looks pretty good too. So this team's going to end up being probably like high 80s, which puts us in another college football playoff position if I had to guess. This will be the team. Got Christian Upshaw starting. Running back, we're going with John Fogg, but as you can see here, we're probably going to have Aviles come in as the power back. I know Fogg's an 87 overall there, but Aviles needs to play. And he's a little bit better downhill in my opinion. It's just the carrying awareness, ball carrier vision. Not quite there yet, but Aviles needs to play. He's the future of this team. The defense overall looks pretty good, but injuries can happen and that can completely derail the season. But overall, looks pretty good. I'm still really disappointed about the dev traits. We really got screwed there with a number of these, but it is what it is. Like, Lionel Edmond having normal dev sucks. But what do we do about it? We can't really do anything. Quick little recruiting update. So we got locked out on Ainge due to playstyle, but it's back up and we're back in the race. We're going after 3 5-star running backs, really 2 more than any others. And maybe I should put more on Ainge, but I can't right now because I've been setting up visits. Week 7, we take on Mizzou. We're going to have a bunch of defensive players. Patrick Enger, very close to a commitment. Top 60 player in the nation, number 3 guard. Jakari Ainge would be awesome. He was just in a week 5. Probably do need to put hours there because if Georgia, Clemson, whoever makes the play style work, we're going to be in trouble. Although I think they just passed the ball out, so maybe we'll be okay. Nick Durant on a week 7. Eric McDowell, 5-star D tackle, week 7. Taj Bryant, 5-star corner, week 7. Mike Blank, very close to a commitment. Really good 4-star tackle. And then Nicholas Jean looks really bad. We'll see if the visit changes things. But right now our points are in such a good spot that I'm really not worried about it. We're a top 10 team. We're undefeated. Again, I don't think this is the year. I think we're about a year away. But it's looking great right now. We get Patrick Enger as the first commit of the year. Gene does pick Georgia. The reason we keep him on the board is so he gets that complimentary, or the other guys get a complimentary visit with him as we improve to 5-0. Mizzou is 3-2. This was originally supposed to be a same tier team, and it is supposedly still that way. But you can see that Nick Durant gets a complimentary visit with Nicholas Jean or Gene. So we're not taking him off the board. We want that extra bonus, even though he's committed elsewhere. But week 7 is going to be a big week. A lot of potential high 4 stars and 5 stars that will join the class with a win. You know, almost certainly. As Mike Blank, I think, is on the verge. Duke could force a recruiting battle, but they may not. They may not, because they just got a big bonus from the visit. They're not going to have a visit this week. And we're about to add a lot more points to Ainge. We don't have the best sell ever, but we're going to go for it. Class is looking great, and we just got to keep it up. The only position where it doesn't look great, shock of the year, quarterback. They're going to have normal dev, so it sucks, but we don't have a superstar QB. We haven't had one the entire rebuild. You got to be smoking dick if you think we're not going to get D. Smoker in the class. David Smoker looks like a freak player. Really, really would like to get him committed. And then running back for the future looks incredible. If we can make that happen. We'll see. Mizzou is only 3-2, but beating them could make our class. It looks like it may have happened. 5-star D tackle Eric McDowell is in the class. 4-star left tackle Mike Blank, who looked very solid, is in the class. We're first place on Nick Durant. Nearly got the commitment. We level up as well. We are the number 7 team in the nation. We are undefeated at 6-0. We've got visitors for this Cal week as well. We still can't go after Andre Aromashadu. We've been at that B- the entire time. We need to get to a B. We just can't quite make it there. We'll see if we can end up moving the needle. Orlando Crumpler might be headed to Clemson, which I would be totally okay with if we can get David Smoker and Jakari Ainge. Ainge looks very good due to the playstyle deal breaker. We'll see if we can actually keep that. And then David Smoker should look pretty good. Our sells are fantastic. We've got him on campus with a complimentary with left tackle Enrique Rhodes, who looks great. LSU's making a strong push, but so are we. I feel like I was going to do a George Bush thing there. Thought better of it, maybe. If you've never seen that clip of him, where he's like, terrorists are crafty. So are we. And then he ends up like getting into like they want to do damage to us. So do we. And he's like, that's not what you mean to say. Or maybe it is, if depending on if you're a conspiracy theorist. But it's neither here nor there. Recruiting, looking great. Just got to keep it up. We had a top 2 class last year. I'm hoping for more of the same this year. Week 11 is a big one. Well, we have some recruiting battles going on. Jalen West is one of them. He's on campus this week. He has complimentary visits with Aromashadu and Caraway, who are both very good. Caraway is a 5-star edge rusher from Garland, Texas. We could potentially beat out the Longhorns with a good visit here. It probably forces a recruiting battle, though. And then Aromashadu looks amazing. FSU will probably beat us if we don't have a huge visit here. We need a big visit. Orlando Crumpler also on campus. I don't really care a ton about him. He's got 83 speed. Real developmental back. But with a big win, maybe we just get an outright commitment. It's a possibility. Playing Pitt, this is a big, big game. Because it's going to completely make our recruiting class if we win by a lot. There's 5-star running back David Smoker from Columbia, Mississippi. Joining him, 5-star left defensive end or edge Taj Caraway. 5-star cornerback Taj Bryant. That went really, really well. And again, I don't really care about Crumpler. We are the number 3 team in the nation. We are undefeated in ACC play. That may come to an end against number 15 Miami. It may. In the lead on Crumpler, but again, that one doesn't mean a whole lot to me. We got the clear win over Pitt. A blowout would have been nice, but we'll take the clear win. And, I mean, we got to expect that FSU is going to probably at least force a recruiting battle on Andre Aromashadu. We're just going to try to stay in it. Jakari Ainge is very close to making a decision. He also looks awesome. So I'm excited to hopefully get him in the class. We got Bob Godfrey, just another receiver that is not being heavily recruited that we should be able to add into the class. So, again, recruiting's going great. I'm thankful to be saying that compared to where it was, a couple years ago. I'm like, all right, recruiting's going badly again. Maybe it'll be different this year, and then it's not. But finally, the last couple years, especially this year, have been going a lot better. So, definitely like it more on this side. Enrique Rhodes, just commit, dude. That'd be a big 5-star tackle. LSU's probably going to force a recruiting battle, though, which sucks. That's what we have with Jalen West. We have the lead, but for how long? It's going to be another recruiting battle, and maybe a recruiting battle that we can't win. We'll see. We're going to get Keelan Tucker on a visit. We got Don Bascom, who was just this random 5-star that wasn't being heavily recruited that, I added to the board, and now we're in a situation where we could add the number 1 corner in the class, which would be exceptional. Somewhat bad news here. LSU has won out on Jalen West, and they've got a recruiting battle with Enrique Rhodes. And I really, really want Enrique Rhodes in the class. We lose to Miami, dropping us to number 6 in the nation. Still good, but our undefeated season is over. Got a couple of visits, but what we do have now are more hours. Playing style's a bit low on the guards, unfortunately. I mean, they would be really nice to get in the class. But we can go ahead and pivot here. We can look at more really good players. Week 13 is going to be big. If we get a big win, Don Bascom, I think, will end up committing. Maybe not right now, but I think he will overall. And we need to add probably some more defensive tackles maybe right now. Well, we do land Orlando Crumpler and a 5-star running back Jakari Ainge. Andre Aromashadu picks FSU. He looked really good. I'm just hoping that their play style ends up changing. We actually lose to Virginia Tech. We're 9-2. So the Week 13 visit really didn't go that great, because we got kind of stomped by Virginia Tech. Well, there you go. And he had a Week 13 to FSU. Well, again, play style could change this, where FSU drops below us. That's a possibility. Enrique Rhodes looks like he's going to head to LSU. The class is still awesome, but, I mean, losing to Virginia Tech like that with visitors in attendance, yeah, really not very good. First year in the ACC, what does the conference look like? We're 3rd. Losing to Miami has sealed our fate. We will not be playing the ACC championship in year 1, which means that we will not be a college football playoff team here year 1 in the ACC. Class was great, though. There's Tony Gentry, a 5-star receiver. Class is amazing. We're going to finish just on the outside, probably, which is unfortunate. I'm going to keep my coordinators. It was a good first year in the ACC. I mean, we did great. We just didn't do well enough. And if you look at the college football playoff bracket, the number 13 team in the country doesn't get in, because it's the highest ranked, a group of 5. Fresno State, but Fresno State and Florida Atlantic are not going to make it. What's the scenario where we get in? Miami and Duke are both going to be in. I don't really know what the scenario would be where we get in. I'd have to look at it some more, and maybe there isn't one. But surely Fresno State and Florida Atlantic are not going to be in. So there may be a chance where we sneak in as we add Bob Godfrey from Indiana. We'll take that. We lose Keelan Tucker, who maybe we would have got had we won our Week 13 game. That really ends up being the difference, as Josh McChristopher caught 130 passes for 1,800 yards, 17 touchdowns. We're going to be in the DirecTV Holiday Bowl against Maryland. Hey, I'll see you for the transfer portal, because this game does not matter. We did win the Holiday Bowl. Yay. We just don't have a quarterback, man. Christian Upshaw did not play that well. 16 touchdowns to 7 interceptions is just not going to do it. We need a quarterback. John Fogg was great. 12 touchdowns for Cortez Aviles, 10 for Upshaw. Receiving, Austin Daniel was great. He'll be a first-round pick. John Cummins had a really nice season as a redshirt sophomore. But, I mean, we didn't have any passing touchdowns, so we didn't have any receiving touchdowns. 4 TFLs for Kevin Bartlett. Our pass rush needs to improve. We need 10 interceptions for Pat Atagwe. Okay. What a year for Pat Atagwe. But we need win-now type players out of the portal. That's going to be the difference. We need win-now players. Our window's opening up. If we can get a quarterback, the window is open. Here we are. We're ready to go. USC Alabama National Championship. Kind of a fun one if USC's actually back. Which, you know what? For a while it was all like, you know, Texas isn't back. Texas isn't back. Texas is back now. USC is not back. I know they had a little bit of a run there with Caleb Williams. But it was a lot bad before that. And it's been not great after. Am I downplaying USC? They really haven't been great. But were they good enough to win the national championship? They were. 35-31 with Brett Bielema over Alabama. Wow. End of season recap, though. Our class is guaranteed top 5. No question. We need to crush the portal. I keep saying it. It's true now more than ever. Who's leaving in 2030? Rashawn Thompson to be a first-round pick. That's expected. I will try. It has not worked. Kevin Bartlett, due to brand exposure, which is stupid because it should be good, but it's not. Aaron Mixon, no. That's a good guard. Roland Bobo due to play style. No. Cortez Aviles due to play time? Dude, you're going to be the starter. He's gone. And we got Willihan back. And Antoine Rochester. That one actually might matter a little bit. Cortez Aviles. Gone. That's a frustrating one. I get what he's saying, though. We brought in a lot of really good running backs. And now he wants to leave. But he would have been the starter. Probably over Fogg. Probably. Did Crumpler flip? What is this? We definitely had him in the class. I don't even know what his play style. He does, like, what would his play style or what would his deal breaker be? We meet all of the categories unless program tradition is his number 1, but it's not. He could end up flipping, I guess. That makes the class look a little bit worse. The class is still going to end up being great, but we kind of have been cheated a little bit. We're number 11 right now with 7 5-stars. Should have 8. And we may be about to get 9 with Enrique Rhodes, so it's all right. But I feel a little bit cheated with what's happening right now with Aviles and now Crumpler. Is J.R. Spoon the quarterback of the future? Unlikely. We had a really good class overall. I'd be shocked if it wasn't the best class in the nation. Enrique Rhodes does end up making the correct decision. We land the 5-star left tackle. We're going to try to keep everybody. It's going to be pretty impossible to, but I think our window is officially open. Last year's 5-star class plus this year's class should yield tremendous rewards. We do land 4-star transfer quarterback Brian Starks. He was not the transfer quarterback I was interested in. We had the #1 QB in the nation. He picked somewhere else. And then there was another great option down the board. And he also, I think, picked somewhere else. So National Signing Day is here. These are what we have to deal with. Antoine Lloyd I wanted more than Brian Starks, but we got Brian Starks. He was ranked slightly higher, but he's also slightly older and slightly worse in my opinion. J.R. Spoon's going to have normal dev. Show me impact even. Normal dev. Sucks. We don't even know if he's good. Why did I think he was good? I don't know. Brian Starks is just okay. He's got to be developed a lot. And he only has impact dev. Lloyd had only normal, though. Which I guess makes sense because he looks like the 3-star athlete dual threat build who has normal like every time. #1 class in the nation. 8 5-stars, 10 4-stars, 8 3-stars. We beat out Ohio State. It was a great class. At running back, David Smoker has elite. He looks incredible. Normal for Jakari Ainge. Impact for transfer Ron Himmelman, and Snodgrass would have been nice. He had star. At receiver, Gentry was star, the #1 player in the class. Bob Godfrey is normal. Star for Terrence Swan. Impact for Cushing in the portal. Elite for Drew Trahan. Okay. Star for Enrique Rhodes. Normal for blank. Fingers got impact. Anger was star. Normal for Diaby. Didn't get either of the transfer guards. We're late added center. Impact for the 5-star edge, Taj Caraway. Normal for Durant. Star for McDowell. It's a lot of normal dev players. But Ernest Drengo is unchained with his elite dev. Star for Taj Bryant and John Quenkeu. Heaps has star. And Lacumbo picked UNC. We don't have a punter for next season. Or the year after, maybe. David Smoker is an 82 overall. It's one of the highest overall recruits I've seen. Especially from an offensive player. With elite dev. David Smoker is insane. He looks like a monster. Anytime you get a player in the 80s, that is pretty ridiculous, I would say. As we're going to move a receiver probably over to tight end. Someone probably a little bit heavier. Maybe Troy Wheat as like a kind of an H-back style. I mean, Beauplan could probably do it. And maybe he should. He's got good size. He'd be a big upgrade. Let's just do that. This will be the year we win the ACC, though. Second year in the conference. This is where our window, I would say, officially opens. However, I do think we're a year away. I know I've been saying that, but I feel very strongly about it now. We are a year away from being a true national championship competitor or contender even. Our offensive line is like 2 years away from being good, probably. That's just the reality. But they will be good in 2 years. Our quarterback situation. Still not great. I mean, we don't really have a solution for that, and this is Upshaw's final year. And Starks would have to take a big jump. We just need to do a lot better in the portal. I probably don't even end up upgrading Brian Starks, to be honest. We're probably going to try to find a stud QB in the portal. That's our best bet. That's a big gamble, to be honest, but that's where we are right now. So we're going to upgrade this team. We're going to get ready for next season. Lamar has 81 points. The team is going to be great. Maybe even win the ACC this year. But again, I think the year after this next season we got a really good chance to be national champions. I'm going to put it out there. I think it happens. So not necessarily 2030 or 2031, but the next season, we're going to look great. We do end up with Marquise Snodgrass. He ends up, I guess, not liking where he committed to. And also Orlando Crumpler. So running back is quite strong now. Like, getting Snodgrass with his star dev, that's a pretty big boost for us. And he's got a little bit of room to grow as well. This could be a big year for us. I do worry about the playtime deal breaker for, you know, my 5-star running backs. But, I mean, we're playing to win it all. As long as we can keep Smoker, I'm probably fine with anybody else transferring. We just need to be able to keep D-Smoker, no question. So this is the team for this next season. We look pretty strong here, up to a 90 overall. Christian Upshaw will be the starter. I really do want to work in David Smoker. And then we're starting younger players at receiver, or at least getting them in the mix. Tony Gentry, but of course the sophomores, Lamar and Mangan, playing over Cummins and Mondo, who have been here for a little bit longer. I get it. You want to show love to the seniors, but also I can't let the future of the program leave in the portal. Young players have to play, or else they're gone. I wish the defense was a bit better. But, again, this is kind of a building year. If we're able to keep our young players, the season after this one, I think we're going to be in a really, really good spot, as I've mentioned. We just need a quarterback. Either I'm hoping for one in the portal, or we make the most out of a not-so-great one. But either way, we probably need an upgrade somewhere. And Mangan and Lamar have so much speed. We need an upgrade somewhere at QB. And I don't know how we're going to do it. Because if you sign a 5-star out of high school, they're going to have to sit for a year before they're even good. And if you get one in the portal, well, one, it's hard to do that. So can you even guarantee it? Probably not. And then two, you know, how long do you even have them for? So you may end up being just limiting yourself to 1 year. So I don't know. But we're ready to go. We got the board set up. We've got 5 stars that have interest in us. And hopefully this is the year we win a national championship. But I don't think it's going to be. Got a tough ACC schedule. I would at least like to play in the championship game. We'll see if we can make that a reality. Hawaii has started out 2-0. Got a couple of visits scheduled against them. Christian Brutus. Need him to be a brute on the O-line. Looking pretty good. Got a complimentary visit with Cornell Melton, which also looks quite good. So we could wrap up 2 very good offensive linemen, especially in the case of Christian Brutus right away. And he looks really good right away. Probably 78 overall plus, I would say. 77, 78. And we're just working on everything else. Now it's to the point where it's kind of like autopilot. Bring in these good players. And, you know, you can probably beat out a lot of schools for these top prospects. Maybe not all of them, but a lot of them. And we're just trying to do exactly that. Beat out your Georgias, your Clemsons, your Ohio States. And put ourselves in a really good position to win the national championship again. Probably next year. I keep saying it. My feelings have not changed. Now, I think there's a chance that we can make it this year. But the team will truly, I think, be ready for that type of a test next season. We steal Brutus away from Ohio State. They made a big push. Cornell Melton into the class as well. So 2 big upgrades on the O-line long term. I mean, maybe even 2 years from now, we could look really well, or really good as well. And it's not going as well for Clifton Lee. Ohio State, Georgia, Alabama, these top schools, it's just, when they push, a lot of the time, it's just over. Now, we're giving it our best shot. But, man, it's tough to compete. Even though, you know, we've come so far, it's tough to compete against these top schools. We're doing our best, but our best often is not good enough for everybody that we want. But it's good enough for a lot of the players we want. So you take the wins with the losses. Big game here against two undefeated teams. Week 7 on the road at Miami. We just beat Stanford 30-29 to stay undefeated. Barely beat Louisville, who's now 1-4. Miami may just be too good. Still have to play Duke. Still have to play Virginia Tech, who I know is not doing that well, but can be a team to watch out for. Syracuse, I could still see being a problem. These next couple of games are going to be so important. These next few games decide who's going to be playing the ACC Championship, essentially, because it's going to be Duke, Miami, App State at the end. SMU, I guess, could make a push as well. They're doing pretty well. But this result is going to be huge. Didn't make the ACC Championship last year, and it's because we lost to a team like Miami. As we do get 5-star right tackle DeAndre Grimes. We do not get Ben Lord. He picks Georgia. We have not been able to recruit well off the edge. We are 6-0, though. Massive win. We lose Kadeem Cook a week before he visits. And then Tyler Myrie has locked us out. We made a big push and then said, we're going to stop. We're not winning this as we host Syracuse. Unfortunately, we have players that are going to be on campus that are already committed elsewhere. So that's not great. Georgia or Ohio State's making a push for Trey Babineau, who looks like a really solid athlete. Mike linebacker. Week 9 could be big for him. Can I get anybody else on campus? Like, I might just get Sean Gratz in there anyway, or even Tavita Chang. Like, they're going to get competitive visits, but at the end of the day, they're going to gain more than they lose, I would say. And it's probably just better to get as many as we can. It'll help out the linebacker. It'll help out everybody, really. So sometimes sacrifices have to be made. Joey Adams has a visit every week to every school. We can get him on a week 12, potentially, if that recruitment is still open. And another running back just in case, because Terrence Crumpler looks insane. He might be picking Georgia. Finally, an edge rusher. We really have not recruited that position very well this rebuild. Ty Sapp from Belleville, Michigan. Myrie does pick Georgia. Again, if they drop out of the championship contender, which they probably won't, as we are the #1 team in the nation for the first time. 7-0. If Georgia drops out of championship contention, which they already have a loss, there's a possibility if they don't make the SEC championship, you never know. Duke, #2. What a top 10 this is. Including SMU. 3 ACC teams now that we've joined. Clemson's #13. Miami's still probably a top 25. UNC coming to town. There's a new #1 team in North Carolina. It's not the Tar Heels. It's not Duke. It's the App State Mountaineers. Week 9 against UNC, we're going to show them. Got some big visits. Could really make the class. See what we can do. We get Chuck Missouri. Chuck Mizzou to App State. We do lose Miles Garland to Georgia. He's really got A+ playing time there. Or whatever. Maybe only need like a B or something. We are 8-0, holding that #1 ranking. BJ Gossett is close to committing. Yeah, we're at 2 years from now. Wow. We're going to look incredible. All right, let's get a week 12 going for Terrence Crumpler. He's not like a huge get in the class. It is one that I think would be nice. But it's kind of like fine if we don't. We can't get RV short on a week 12. But it would be nice. But once this class develops, oh my goodness, we're going to be insane. So again, probably 2 years away from being insane. But next year, I really think we can be a national championship contender. This year, it looks like we're going to be. But I don't know if I believe in the squad as much as the voters at the moment. I just don't think we're probably the best team in the country when a team like Georgia exists, right? But hey, you know what? I'll take it. And there is 5-star BJ Gossett joining him. 4-star Sean Gratz from Hawaii. 5-star D-tackle Nolan DeBerry from Anaheim. Nice. Yeah, another just fantastic class. We are 8-0, and this is the game of the year in the ACC. Number 1 App State, number 3 Duke, 1 loss between both teams, both undefeated in conference play. Something's gotta give. We're about to find out. Is it the App State Mountaineers, or is it the Duke Blue Devils? I'm hoping we're gonna run them over, but man, they're a good team. They simulate extremely well. They are going to be a challenge. But a challenge that we can rise to and beat. Did we win? Well, we didn't get Joey Adams. He picks UConn. We are 9-0. Duke goes down. And that, I don't want to jinx it or anything, but that should basically guarantee us a spot in the ACC championship game. It doesn't, but we've beat Duke in Miami. SMU's also undefeated in the conference, 9-1 overall. The top 25 has us alone at number 1. Georgia, I'd like for them to start losing. That would open up the quarterback. BYU's having a great year. They're number 4 in the nation. And we should be able to beat Virginia Tech. We've lost a couple of coin flips lately in these recruitments. I don't know that they're going to really matter too much. UConn with their C+ conference prestige while not being in a conference is the reason why we don't have an upgrade at guard is crazy. Alabama making a push for Broderick Paxson. 4-star gem quarterback with decent speed, great throw power, and pretty good accuracy. In 2 years, he's going to be amazing. And that's kind of what it is for a lot of these freshmen. In 2 years, that's when you truly see what they're capable of. And unfortunately, Terrence Crumpler probably goes to Georgia. Trey Babineau, you'd think almost certainly goes to Ohio State. But the class is still amazing for us. We have 5 5-stars committed, 3 4-stars. At this point, we don't need a class of 35. Like 15 to 20 would be perfectly okay, and we're not even to the portal yet. We actually took our first loss of the season. 9-1. Virginia Tech wins 38-35. I don't know why they play so well sometimes in this game, but that hurts. If we win out, it shouldn't matter, but that hurts. SMU is not lost in the conference. If we win out, we should be there, but I mean, maybe Pitt wins out and Pitt gets in there. I don't know. That's why you can't lose to Virginia Tech. We do get our quarterback of the future, potentially, Broderick Paxson from Council Bluffs, Iowa. That could be the big one. We do not get almost anybody else. Dude, he had decommitted from Duke due to some type of deal breaker, and then, boom, he's right back to Duke. We have made the ACC championship. We're going to take on SMU. I have so many recruiting hours left over because I don't really need more. We have taken the lead on Trey Babineau. We've lost a lot to Georgia. I mean, they have 2 5-star edge rushers. Like, not any that I was particularly excited about. And we have brought in some edge rushers in this class, but this is the big one. To bring in the quarterback, that could be such a big deal for us. I'm really hoping it will be. So we're actually guaranteed a CFP spot no matter what. If we lose to SMU, it's really totally fine. We will be in the college football playoff. If we win, however, we will probably jump them, you'd think, and get a first-round bye in the college football playoff, which would be kind of a big deal. That's exactly what's going to happen. We're up to number 2 in the nation. First-round bye in the college football playoffs. We have won the ACC championship as, no way, a Toledo receiver. Emmanuel Johns put up 154 catches for nearly 1,900 yards and 17 touchdowns to win the 2031 Heisman. No. Is what I'll say to that. No. Broderick Paxson is on the roster. Gem, Impact Dev. I'd love to get an upgrade at quarterback. I really would. But the other freshmen have made it here. Of course, he didn't do anything at running back. I need David Smoker probably to play a bit more. Taj Caraway, we know about. Christian Brutus is a 78 with star dev. Taj Bryant, we know about. It's weird how it's like they're both freshmen, the ones that are already here from last year, and the guys that have signed now on early National Signing Day, but BJ Gossett has star. These guys are not eligible to play, by the way. Blank, normal. Missouri only with impact. I'm getting these guys confused. Maybe not the best place to look at that when early National Signing Day exists, but we get a first round bye in the college football playoff. Could this be the year that we win a national championship? The bracket looks like this. Please, UConn, advance somehow. Please, I don't know that we beat Texas. BYU, I mean, we got a pretty good side of the bracket. SMU gets Florida Atlantic. But it looks okay. We'll see what happens. We'll go over the season stats as well. But who are we going to be taking on in the quarterfinal of the college football playoff? Texas. That's to be expected. They're going to be pretty good, I would imagine. That's going to be a tough one. Let's check out the season stats before we get into what could be the final game of the year. Christian Upshaw, 3,700 yards, 31 touchdowns to 5 picks. Marquise Snodgrass led the way with 1,000, almost 1,100 yards, 13 touchdowns, 14 for John Fogg. David Smoker maybe didn't play enough. I hope he doesn't try to transfer, because I really, really want him to stick around. Maybe we'll play him over John Fogg at the final stretch. Ahmad Lamar wants to transfer due to playing style. That's not great, and Hugh Mangan's going to have the same deal. So we need a lot of catches by receivers. But they had great years, over 1,000 yards for each of them. About 1,200 for Lamar, 9 touchdowns, 12 TDs for Cushing. Defensively, we're just still struggling to find that big-time pass rush. We just don't have it right now. So that's one of those things we're going to have to figure out. I would like for it to be in the portal, but the options just haven't been there. I can't recruit players that aren't there, you know? That is the big problem right now. It's hard to recruit players that are not there. So let's go ahead and jump in against Texas. See if we stand any chance at taking down the Horns. Okay, we'll jump in when necessary. Hopefully we get off to a pretty good start here against the Horns. They go up 3-0, and they are driving. 4th and 4 from the 31. We're going to have to punt here. And we'll hopefully play a little bit better defense. And we're going to get a drive. But we're down 13-0 into the second quarter. For whatever reason, we are not simulating that well when we're actually in Super Sim. Because this happened last year, too. We just couldn't move the ball at all. And we've got a pretty decent team. The Longhorns, though, are fantastic. And you can see the burst off the line for Mengen there. I think that's silver takeoff going to work because that's pretty much uncoverable. He is absolutely wide open. He's got incredible speed. And we might be able to get a good drive going here. We've got to use the speed to our advantage. Like, Lamar can fly. Our receivers, at least those two, are incredibly fast. We've got to lean on that. That's where we might actually have the sole athletic advantage over Texas. It's these two sophomore receivers that are simply incredible. I'd love to be able to keep them. And that's a nice catch by Mengen. Threw that a little bit late. We know if he's going to run a slant and he's not pressed off the line, there's nothing they can do to cover that. Speaking of nothing they can do to cover that, Lamar is uncovered. We're going to take the shot. Back of the end zone. Oh, nearly. I knew they were going to rotate over, so it's kind of a tough call about whether or not to throw that. Went for it. Didn't get it. That's okay. That's just not great. Texas was all over that. Do we play for 13-3, make it a 10-point game, or do we think we can get 5 yards? Well, we were moving the ball pretty well before what ended up being kind of deep shots there. And we're going to try to go for it. College football playoff. Go big or go home. Yeah, they're all over that. Couldn't really see it with the camera. Threw it anyway, hoping it was going to be open at the sticks. And that is a big turnover. Texas goes up 20-0. That's the type of thing that we can't have happen. But, I mean, on fourth down, you got to throw it somewhere. I was looking at the right side of the field. It was not the move. Evidently, A was wide open. Man, I really wish I had another set of eyes. I would have been all over it. If we just get points before the half, man. Please. Points before the half. Good route. All right. Hey, a lot of time left. We're down 20-0 against a clearly better Longhorn team. It could be 20-3 or maybe even more. But, I mean, you know, can't really live with ifs and buts. Just got to live within the reality. Play for the next play. And try to mount this comeback slowly but surely. Mengen can't reel it in. I can see this being a touchdown. Mengen flies by. Pass lead inside. It's just too far. I try to do that all the time. And there is an open window. It just gets led way too far. And again, we potentially leave points on the table. I mean, I felt like we had that, but Cummins just doesn't have the speed. Oh, man. Now we're kind of searching for the big play. I mean, we're down 20-0. We need something. And I'm not really finding what I want. They're killing us. Could we finally score our first points of the game? Well, there's a possibility. That's open. Catch is made. It's going to be 3rd and 1. We're moving the ball pretty well. We've just struggled against Texas here. They're really good. If you can't pass against Georgia Southern, or run, obviously, what makes you think you can do it against Texas? Nice catch. Touchdown, App State. Hugh Mengen with a humongous touchdown. And we'll see if the offense can step up. They've given us the ball back. There is time in this game. A quick touchdown here, and I feel like you're going to start to believe a little bit. Shot up the seam. We might have a step here. Catch is made by Mengen. Hugh Mengen. Humongous. Oh, my goodness. We are on fire. Texas has called a timeout. They're shaking in their boots and their cowboy hats. You better look out. We're coming. It's the Hugh Mangan Show here in Pasadena. Even though we're down 20-7. Got to get rid of it. Now is when we would consider probably taking 3. I wanted Mangan there. Now we're essentially... Oh, no. Playing for 3 is what I was going to say. Didn't love anything there. 51-yard kick from our lefty kicker. A little bit of wind. Shouldn't really be a problem. Bang. All right. Down by 10. Defense has started to play well a little bit. And we're on offense to start the 4th quarter. Down 10. Plenty of time. The pass rush is starting to get a little bit crazy against the O-line, though. That's something I'll mention. I'm really not trying to do anything fancy. I'm just trying to get, you know, quick throws out. But Texas is getting to the QB pretty quickly. We need to work slants. Catch made by Lamar. It's so weird. When there's no coverage, like when they don't line up properly, I don't want to just rip it in there because that's how you make massive mistakes. They're on the run. The Mangan. Hugh Mangan outrunning Kavensky down to the 10. Upshaw at 330 yards passing. Let's keep it going. Throw over the middle to Beauplan, touchdown. I told you we had a lot of time. And we have the football back. We've been in this spot before. We can take the lead in the 4th quarter, and we force the ball. We make a mistake. Everybody's red hot on this team, by the way. This is where we need to not make a mistake. Our defense is clutching up. Our defense is giving us a chance. Offense needs to go out and make a play. It's a great route from Cummins. He's not the fastest, but he's got decent enough speed. Cummins explodes all over the Longhorns. What a play. Into the green zone. Let's make something happen. 10:30 to go. Good route from Hugh Mangan. We just had a Hugh Mangan explosion down the field with Cummins. Keep it up. Snodgrass runs for the 1st. I mean, we look so good right now. The only thing that can stop it is an absolutely brain-dead interception. We maybe had the tight end there. There was a lot of action. I was scared to throw it. Didn't rip it. Good blocks. Snodgrass. Stretch. Ooh, they're going to say that's at the 1. Ooh, that is one of the worst spots I've probably ever seen. I love it. Snodgrass. Short. And this is the decision of the game right now. We made it down to the 2-yard line. Texas is struggling to defend. We're going for it. Wide open. Hugh Mangan, touchdown. We take the lead. App State going outside. How stupid do you look? Yeah, we might lose, but look at the effort. Robert Ajayi with an interception. App State ball on the 9. Are you kidding me right now? Are you kidding me? The heart of this team? Okay, try a little bit less hard in coverage, freak. That's Trevor Trapp. That's the corner who picked Texas over the Mountaineers. Oh my goodness, Snodgrass. He's got a family. Maybe not anymore. They're going to disown him. We're going to throw it away. We're going to take 3. No, we're not, because I don't like where we are in the field. That's tough. 4th and goal. No, I could have actually probably kicked this. I thought we were on the hash. We were not. Just going to throw it. It's open! It's dropped! Please don't read what my hoodie says. All right, ball back. With the lead. I'll tell you who this is a time for, to be honest. Oh, we're on the 16. It's time for our true freshman running back to lead us to victory. Snodgrass has played great. Give me the smoker. Get up the field. Throw a big block. No fumble. Give me Smoker. True freshman running back into the game. Is it too early for him? Is he ready for the big moment? Smoker, broken tackle. Smoker, touchdown. You must be smoking dick if you think you can tackle D. Smoker. David versus Goliath. And Smoker has set Pasadena on fire. Okay, that one is not that's not going to be, that's not how I'm intending it. I know the Palisades is kind of far, but if you're reading it, that's not what I meant. Anyway, 31-20. App State mounts the comeback. The Mountaineers have brought it all the way back. 31 points unanswered here in half number 2. Upshaw throws for 400. 3 touchdowns. D. Smoker hopefully doesn't transfer. Receiving, Hugh Mengen had 15 for 190 and 2 scores. Lamar, 9 for 118. Touchdown for Beauplan. And then defensively, these guys rose to the occasion. Sack for Sam East and a big interception for Robert Ajayi that will send us to the college football playoff semifinal. Auburn in the Fiesta Bowl. It's a tough matchup. I mean, all these SEC teams recruit well, play well. This is not 2025 Auburn that is, good, not great. This is a 12-2 SEC team that is up next on the chopping block. That's how we have to think of it. We are 1 game away from a national championship appearance. I need more David Smoker. Snodgrass is cool. Smoker is unbelievable. No, Snodgrass was awesome. Or made a couple big runs. Hopefully that, by the way, have made our receivers a bit more confident about the future. No, playing style is still a B, and they need a B+. It's receiver receptions. Am I mistaken? We got a lot of them that game. I guess we're going to need more against Auburn. They're really good. Let's break out the bright yellows to take on the Auburn Tigers. Game of the week, Fiesta Bowl. Shot at the national championship on the line. All right, here we go. National championship appearance on the line. Mountaineers, Tigers, who wants it more? Probably Auburn right away. They're up 7-0. But we tie it up at 7. We'll take that, and nearly taking the lead, but Auburn holds us out. 14-7 App State, instant answer for Auburn. We're in a half number 2. 17-14 Mountaineers, 24-14. Keep your foot on the gas pedal. Don't let Auburn back in it. 27-21, we have the football on the 36-yard line. This is one of those drives that decides the winner. There's Hugh Mengen. These are beautiful alternate uniforms, you have to say. Take time off the clock. Get Auburn out of this game. Let's go. There's Snodgrass. He's got 12 for 123 today. What a performance from the transfer. We're going to bring this down as far as we can. Couldn't make a miss in the backfield. And there's an Auburn injury, supposedly. They keep 3 timeouts, yet they stop the clock. Yeah, that's not BS. Unbelievable. We're going to get sacked because we couldn't make a decision. Fourth and 12 from the 45. It's just probably too long to try and go for it. Got time on the clock. They got a BS timeout. I didn't want to stop the clock with an incompletion, but time is on their side. Or is it? No, it is. A lot of teams fall for it. Auburn didn't. The Coach Dangus aggressiveness may have caught up to us. Or has it? Just don't throw at me. Kiki Little John. Auburn needs a touchdown here. If they score, I'm not even mad. I trust the offense. The defense on the field on Heisman, going to be incredibly tough to get a stop. But they need a touchdown. That's the 2-minute timeout. We're going to have timeouts. It would be a field goal wins the game. I've been on the other side of this. I much prefer being up even with them having the ball at this point. I'm really not even mad. Really not even mad. Insane run for Marcus Muse. That's fine. 29-yard rushing touchdown. They take the lead 28-27. We're fine. Let's lock in. One drive to go to the national championship. We got to make it probably to about the 35-yard line. There's Snodgrass. We got blocks. There's Snodgrass down the field. Snodgrass into the open field. Down inside the 15. Oh my goodness, Snodgrass. He may have just sent us to the national championship. That's what that may have just meant for this team. D. Smoker into the game. Let's go, David. Line us up. They're going to call timeouts. There's the timeout. It's a good run. Timeout, Auburn. Now they can stop the clock again. We can barely get a first down without scoring a touchdown. We probably should have gone down a bit early on the run with Snodgrass. They've burned their final timeout. We've got to take a field goal here. We did not manage that well. We did not manage that well. We needed to not go down to the 10-yard line. It needed to be like the 15, we win the game. Auburn gets it. I mean, I know you know what's going to happen here. The question is, how do we stop it? 50 seconds, no timeouts. They need 3. It's an awful spot to be in. Absolutely awful. They're going to drive down the field. They're going to get into field goal range. Spike will stop the clock at 37 seconds. Time is almost no longer a factor. Tampa 2 feels crazy. I don't think it's the worst idea in this spot. We need to get pressure. McDowell pushing the pocket. Good defense by Crocker. It's 4th down. He went for the whole shot. It wasn't there. 4th and 4. We need pressure. Quarterback trying to escape. He's going to run for it. What is the angle from 17? What are you doing? Oh my God. This is the worst angle I've ever seen from Kwenku. What are you doing? Auburn scrambles for a ton when they needed a ton. Auburn with the spike, 22 seconds. Man coverage is ballsy. We need a sack here. Quarterback looking to take off. Throwing. Out at the 16. They're going to line up to kick. Game not over. Kick is good. Auburn takes the lead. 13 seconds to go. Down by 3. Short kick to Mengen, who has great speed. 9 seconds. We don't give up. Not until the clock hits 000. Huge moment in the game. Yeah, it was, the difference is going down at the 10-yard line. Launch down the field for Cushing. He can't make the catch. I really had initially thought about just trying to hit a crosser there. But it didn't end up happening. And this is the game. We actually might have a step there with Cummins, but he's so slow. I forgot how slow he is. Auburn headed to the national championship. They win 31-30. I just needed to not take it down to the 10. That really is the difference. We had such a great play with Snodgrass. You just need to go down in that spot. We let them call their timeouts. We basically played to not score a touchdown because we didn't want to give them the ball back with time, and they won the game. That needed to be managed better. When the Auburn player got hurt with 3 minutes left and it didn't burn a timeout, that also hurt. I mean, it's a number of factors, right? It's never one thing. Obviously, it's easy. I would point to like going down at the 10. I think that's the single biggest thing you can point to because it was at the end of the game. But the missed tackle was big too. There are just so many factors. It's never one thing that loses you a game like that. We had it. I felt so comfortable. I felt so secure as Georgia beats Auburn in the national championship. But we just we made one small mistake, and that's the difference in the game. I'm really not mad about it. I didn't think we'd win a national championship that year anyway, but it happened. Ahmad Lamar wants to transfer due to playing style. Thankfully, he's the only receiver that does want to transfer. Crumpler wants to transfer due to playing time. Jakari Ainge as well. Let's see. Guaranteed for Beauplan to come back. That's a great start. Cummins has not been persuaded. Ahmad Lamar has not been persuaded. That's a tough one. Woollyhand has decided to stay. O-line stays okay. Rochester's gone. Jakari Ainge is gone. Nigel Hicks is gone. Orlando Crumpler is gone. And Bobby Schlereth is back. Outside of that, we are losing Denario Bayless, Dylan Cushing, Marquise Snodgrass, John Kwenku, who I almost never want to see him again. John Fogg, Ron Himmelman, Christian Upshaw at quarterback. So we're having a lot of players and top players leave. But the core of the team, I think, remains intact. Losing Lamar at receiver does sting a little bit. but it really is not the end-all be-all because the rest of the team is still going to be in such a good spot. If you look at receiver, we keep, Cummins. We keep Hugh Mangan. We have Tony Gentry ready to go. Receiver's going to be just fine. And we didn't lose David Smoker to the portal. He's RB1 next season. Quarterback's going to be weird. Hopefully there's a top flight quarterback in the portal. Hopefully there are a couple of really good edge rushers in the portal. That's going to be big. And we could even look at a running back. Alfonso Matlock could be a good third down back. Could be an upgrade on the offensive line. Marquise Ivory. The quarterbacks are not super interested, unfortunately. I wanted a top flight quarterback. Those are not available. We could definitely upgrade at wide receiver. Finally, an edge rusher, but he's an edge setter type. A lot of halfbacks in there, and we just lost a lot, so I'd be okay with that. But we're going to be able to get better everywhere except for quarterback, the most important position. Maybe able to bring Antoine Rochester back. And I'll even look. We can't go after Lamar. He wants to go to Ohio State. Well, sometimes that's what happens. We kept one. That was big. Lost the elite dev guy, though, which sucks. We do end up landing 5-star linebacker Trey Babineau. National Signing Day is here. We're doing pretty well in the portal. And finishing up the high school level as well. A lot of 4-stars. And, of course, finishing up with the 5-stars. We're going to have the #1 class in the nation again. We just upgraded at kicker and punter for the future. We didn't get everybody that we went after, including quarterback Daryl Gottschalk. Unfortunately, he's headed to Clemson. We just have not been able to land that superstar quarterback up to this point. And that's really the weakest position by a mile this year. Brian Starks is not going to be good enough. And Broderick Paxton's a year away from being able to be a real contributor. Marquise Ivory we got in the portal is a 90 overall. Shaq Titus is an 89. We did well. Westbrook's an 88. We brought back Fernando Woollyhand, of course. We did well. And we also brought back Antoine Rochester as well. I'm just a little bit worried about the quarterback position. It's the most important position in football. And again, we have swung and missed on an upgrade. Finished second to Clemson for what could have been a really nice transfer freshman QB. What was his depth rate? Normal, okay. I guess that's fine. But, I want to win a national championship so badly at this point. Crime says normal dev. A normal dev 5-star is just, you're hurting me. And a gem with impact at quarterback, you're killing me. DeBerry has elite. Uzama star. It's a lot of normal dev players. Gideon Gash has elite. Star for Kevin Hansen. We just haven't been able to do as well as I wanted to. Babineau with star. We needed big upgrades off the edge. And we didn't really get as many as I would have wanted. But we did well enough here. It's just quarterback, man. And that's the most important position. Are we a year away again somehow? Maybe. National Signing Day, in case you were curious, we had the #2 class. So we could, I guess, unlock Elite Recruiter. But it just costs too many hours. Or costs too many coach points. I'm just not going to have it. So we're going to get ready for 2032. This, I think, even with a not-so-great quarterback, I think could be the year. I think it will be. Maybe not. Starks is just so capped out, man. His accuracy's not that good. But starting a true freshman feels like a mistake. I don't know. 2032, could this be the year? Maybe. Now, we're good right now. Showing a 97 overall. I think we're going to be a lot better next year, but this could be the year. Despite not having a great quarterback, we've got all our eggs in the Brian Starks basket, but David Smoker, who is going to be back next year and insane, is going to lead us to victory. We have Shaq Titus in there. The receivers overall look very solid for the most part. Tight end is awesome with the converted receiver Malcolm Beauplan. The O-line, this is what I was talking about last year where I go, we're a year away from the O-line being really good. Well, it's here, and it is really good with depth. Mo Chukwara is a little bit better on the D-line than anyone we've really had. And then Taj Caraway as a redshirt freshman should be an upgrade overall long-term. The D-line looks overall quite good. Linebackers insane. Ernest Drango may end up transferring. We'll have to see. But he's got elite dev. He's not going to be playing over Dwayne Talbot right now. He's just not as good, and we're trying to win a national championship. It's hard to find a true hole in this team. If you had to point to one, you'd say the secondary could use a bit of a boost, but it's not bad. It's just far from elite. I think the offense could carry this team. The one kind of problem is, will our quarterback, one, stay healthy, but two, perform? That's going to be the big thing. In recruiting, we're pretty much just focusing on the cream of the crop. The top guys, I've got 24 players on the board. I have 820 hours. I could be offering more scholarship at this point. Maybe I will do that. Try to find some gems to go after. But we're to the point where the team is incredible. It's just about keeping the train rolling. And I think we're going to be a college football playoff team very easily this year. Obviously, things can change, but I'm feeling quite optimistic. Okay, this will be the schedule for this year. Really challenging ourselves. A lot of ranked teams. Clemson, FAU, BYU, Pitt, SMU, UConn. So many of the top teams. We're playing them. We're not shying away from a challenge. We're ready to go. 12-0 in the ACC. Win the conference. Make the college football playoff. And we already got locked out on the running back that I liked. Season's over. We are 4-0, taking on 4-0 UNC. Got some prospects in attendance for this one. Number one player of the nation, Rasheem Goodspeed. Clemson's making a big push. We want a 5-star edge rusher so badly. Braden Tungs will be on campus next week. I'd like to get him some complimentary visits, if that's possible. Right now we have Muamba on campus. But Kofi Trueblood this week. Corey Butcher this week just for the Week 5 complimentaries. They're going to be tough to win. So ideally we blow out UNC for a chance. And I'll try to get complimentaries for Tungs and Muamba. But there aren't really any linebackers where we can get them any complimentaries right now. So all we can do is wait. I have corners that are ready for visits, but I don't have complimentaries for them either because I'm not really going after any safeties this year. So I don't really fully know what to do, but the class is going to end up being great. We just got to keep winning the games that we need to win, and this is one of them. This could end up being quite a huge game. Number 25 SMU, number 2 App State. I think the lower rated quarterback is hurting us a bit. We did beat Clemson. We did beat Stanford, but barely. Stanford by 3. UNC by less than a touchdown. BYU by 3. Yeah, we crushed Pitt, but the consistency from the team is not there right now. The injury report has Nick Lanier, Jordan Ramirez, and Taj Caraway. These guys will all be back, thankfully, even with pretty serious injuries. Maybe that's why we're not absolutely dominating, but we are 7-0, so you got to take that. I imagine we're going to beat SMU, but this could very easily be a loss. First commit of the season is 5-star edge Rasheem Goodspeed, and I think he does off the edge. We do lose Trueblood. These names are insane, but we do land a 5-star edge. We are 8-0, still the number 2 team in the country. We're totally going to lose to Virginia Tech on the road, by the way. That's like a given. Auburn is 7-0 and the #1 team in the nation. Ohio State and Penn State, both undefeated, both pushing. OU's close. Michigan. Undefeated Mississippi State, huh? FSU's having a bit of a resurgence here. Duke is still one to watch. Miami, one to watch. FAU's having a great year. The one loss FAU has sustained the entire year was to your App State Mountaineers. So FAU could be a team to watch. I can't believe I'm saying that, but they could be. Next commit is 5-star tackle Charles Myers from Akron, Ohio. 5-star edge Braden Tungs from Lakeland, Florida. 5-star corner Jose Velasquez from Mesa, Arizona. We did not do so well with some other ones. Oh my goodness, we really did not. But you know, you win some, you lose some. 5-star edge Brian Urban picks Michigan State. 5-star D tackle Cornell Muwamba after a visit to Clemson picks Clemson. And he's going to stay there. Togiai also picks Clemson. He's going to stay there. And Jermaine Warren picks Georgia. He's also going to stay there. Conference prestige for all of them. But that's okay. We lose 2 corners, we gain 1. We lose an edge rusher, we gain 1. Losing a defensive tackle may be kind of tough, but we're strong there. We're the #2 team in the nation still, 9-0. CFP rankings are going to be out. Not really even worth the check because we're going to be the 2 seed. And that's a pretty good spot for us to be in right now. This one's a little bit weird, but we have so many hours now. Recruiting is just, again, in a great spot. #3 App State against #4 Duke in the ACC Championship. We are 12-0. We have not lost a game the entire season, was what that means. Yet, the reason I bring that up, we have dropped multiple spots despite only winning. Ohio State is ranked ahead of us. Oklahoma is now ranked ahead of us. Penn State is 12-0, yet they're behind 2-loss Alabama and 1-loss Duke. These rankings really don't make any sense. So strange. So strange. But here we are. 12-0. Got a little bit of recruiting to do, and then we have an ACC championship to win. ACC championship against Duke. We are locked into the CFP no matter what, and we are the new #1 team in college football. Finally, the App State Mountaineers are at the top. Will that result in a national championship win? That remains to be seen. But we have won the ACC for a consecutive year. 3 interceptions by Ofisa Tomapenu ended up giving us the win. Yeah, he better be National Defensive Player of the Week. He had 3 picks in a championship game. Unbelievable. And he's had a couple good games. He's been ACC Defensive Player of the Week a couple of times. He had 2 interceptions before in a week. Brian Starks was like good, not great, which is kind of what we expected. And hopefully we leaned on the running game a lot, as Shaq Titus actually led the team in rushing yards. David Smoker has been hurt. Broken tailbone. He was having such a great season. And now his season might as well be over. That's a big loss. Thankfully, we do have a really good running back in Shaq Titus, but that's a big loss. Receiving, Tony Gentry goes over 1,000. 11 touchdowns for Matt Westbrook. Hugh Mengen is likely to hit the transfer portal. So we're going to be waving goodbye to Hugh Mengen. Could be a humongous loss for us. And then defensively, 21 sacks for Mo Chukwura, who is also hurt. Foot fracture. We'll get him back by college football playoff time, I believe, but that is a big loss. 11 TFLs for Eric McDowell, 9 for Jordan Ramirez. but it was just the Mo Chukwuora show. He was incredible. And then 7 picks for Afisa Tomapenu, 4 for Robert Ajayi. And the secondary is kind of like the weak point of the team right now. Injuries are ravaging this team. Tyreek Winbush with a broken wrist. I don't know if the math works out where if we made the national championship, David Smoker could return. I think maybe there's a possibility. But I think likely his season is over. We do land 4-star corner Broderick Beatty. Still trying to recruit here. Despite being at the top of college football, we want to win that national championship. As Derek Mason wins the Broyles Award for Coordinator of the Year, which could lead to him leaving as Ohio State quarterback. Wow. Dante Meade has won the Heisman. Over 5,700 passing yards, 67 touchdowns in the Big Ten. Yeah, that's Heisman worthy, I would say. Mo Chukwuora wins the Bednarik Award. That's huge. Best, or I guess outstanding defensive player. 21 sack season. He'll probably win Defensive Lineman of the Year as well. Best defensive end. Yeah, that's an insane year. Absolutely wild. He also wins the Bronco Nagurski Trophy. I mean, 29 tackles for loss is just wild. Malcolm Beauplan wins the Mackey, best tight end in college football. The converted wide receiver. And we're not done yet. More awards for Mo Chukwuora. Outstanding college lineman. Wins the Lombardi. We are to early National Signing Day. I've got to worry about my defensive coordinator leaving. Or even my offensive coordinator as well. These are all possibilities, unfortunately. But we are unlocking new trophies. App State Dynasty has been pretty good to us so far. Early National Signing Day. I mean, we're going to be in a good spot here. We can't adjust anything right now. You know, we've lost some big recruiting battles. Sash picked Ohio State. I thought we lost another receiver too, but our class currently is not ranked that highly. 19th. We have 5 5-stars though. So it's going to end up being a top class in the nation. Wouldn't really worry about all that. But we're really more worried about a college football playoff win, of course. Again, we're a little bit worried about which coordinators are going to return for next season, because regardless of what happens here, there will be a next season. College football playoff bracket looks like this. FAU's in. The number 24 ranked team. They're going to take on Alabama. Pitt, Penn State. BYU and Duke. And Notre Dame and Texas. We'll play the winner of Pitt and Penn State. I'd much prefer Pitt. We beat them before. I imagine Alabama's going to beat FAU. If it was USF, maybe it's a different story, but FAU probably. No, USF really has played Alabama tough twice in the past 5-6 years. Kind of insane. Oklahoma could be a problem, though. Bottom of the bracket, that's the one you don't want to be in. Those are a lot of really good teams. We beat BYU barely. We beat Duke barely, I believe. And then Auburn, Ohio State, Texas, Notre Dame. You don't really want to play any of those schools. So we'll simulate a week here. We should be getting some of our star players back from injury. Winbush at guard. Chukwuora would be an insane loss after this season if he didn't play. So we should be getting him back. And it's going to be Penn State in the Peach Bowl. It was not my preferred matchup, as Joe Craddock is going to be the OC at Nebraska, and we lose Derek Mason, who is accepted the head coach job at UCLA. Big coordinator losses. Scott Satterfield could be a good hire, though. All right, we'll figure it out. We've got Winbush and Chukwuora back. David Smoker out for the next 3 weeks, which I think that means he wouldn't be able to play in the national championship. I think it would be 1 week away from being able to play. But we do get Chukwuora back. We do get Winbush back. We, on paper, are better than Penn State. I imagine in simulation it's not going to play out that way. they probably take the lead, and we probably need to play from behind. Which, hey, we've managed to win these games before playing from behind. Not all the time. But boom! Dengus explodes onto the scene. App State. Penn State. Let's go Mountaineers. I'd take a Mountaineer over a Nittany Lion. Heck is even that anyway. I think it's a Cougar. But no score here through an entire quarter of play. App State takes the lead 7-0. Penn State ties it right back. 14-7 App State. 21-7. Going to the half with a 2-touchdown lead. Defense is playing great against the Nittany Lions, and the offense is rising to the occasion. Penn State making it close. And, oh boy. 4th and 6 from our own 29. No choice but to punt. But actually, here, we actually need to punt. We are up by just a touchdown. 6 minutes to play. This is a big drive. We need you, Chikwara. Generational year. We need you to show up in the playoff. Get to the flat. Time is not a huge factor at this point. I mean, it is if they don't convert. But, I mean, it's 4-down territory, you'd have to assume. And they're going to run the ball in that spot. Seems like a bizarre decision. But, I mean, maybe not really. It's just 2nd and long. It's a little bit scary for a run. Oh, screen. It's a rocket screen across the middle. Broken tackle, but nowhere to go. As it'll be 4th and 1. I mean, I'd rather just stick in his zone coverage here. Oh, they're going to run the ball. Claypool is there, but can't make the tackle. 1st down, Penn State. We needed to contain that a little bit more. That is a big, big conversion. Forced to change the direction. There's a TFL. Can you creech? Can you get back to the line of scrimmage? No. 2nd and 12. 3 minutes to play. I mean, they're basically making this the final drive of the game. We've got to get outside and contain that. Who's setting the edge here? McCree bursts ahead for a big game. I mean, they're really running the ball a lot here. We've got to be ready for it. Pressure nearly got there. Ball tipped up and incomplete. That's an interception if I'm throwing it. Guaranteed. Oh my goodness. 2nd and 10. 2:33 on the clock. Oh, it's an RPO. I thought it was read option. Eberle can only complete it for a short gain. 3rd and 7. I mean, this is a pass commit spot, but it still could really be a run. Shot to the end zone. Ajayi in front of it. He doesn't come down with the ball. That's the game. Probably. If we can just bring it down, we couldn't. 4th and 7. Penn State would still have a hope if they don't convert this. Shot to the end zone. Just knock it down. Just knock it down. Toma Penu with the knockdown. We're going to take over. 2:18 to play. We need to keep Titus healthy. 1st down would effectively end it. We're going to run the ball on 2nd and 10, but we need to convert. The 1st down is more important than burning a timeout. And they're going to get a free injury timeout that does not count towards their timeouts. Fix this, please! I don't know if the official rule is it happens inside 2 minutes, but that's insane! 2:12 to go, they get an injury timeout? And now this 3rd down is incredibly important. It's a good route to the sideline. Hugh Mengen makes the catch! Brian Starks has been picked off twice. That does stop the clock, but it moves the chains, which is more important. There's the pitch. Penn State with 1 timeout remaining. I'm a little bit worried about a screen here, but I'm calling it a run. Essentially, we get the ball out really quick. No incompletion. Let the block set up, and there goes Titus. Stiff arming, staying in bounds. There's the 2-minute timeout. Penn State can stop the clock, but 1 time. That's it. This one's got to be a win. Seems unlosable. No fumble. Penn State has called their final timeout. This one is over. App State, Peach Bowl winners here in 2032. 2 interceptions by Brian Starks. Not from me, by the way. But 2 interceptions from Brian Starks. We win 28-21. James Franklin. Familiar feeling, maybe. Not a great game from Starks. Thankfully, we ran the ball really well with Shaq Titus. He is a beast. What a transfer for us. Receiving, Matt Westbrook led the way. Hugh Mengen made 2 huge catches, though. A touchdown, and then a monster first down to basically win us the game. Needed to happen. 2 sacks for Mo Chikwara. He's not slowing down. Talbot even had 1. No picks in this one. We dropped a couple. You can call these pass deflections. They were dropped interceptions that could have lost us the game. Instead, we head to the semifinal. We'll see who we're going to take on. I'm going to say Alabama is a strong possibility. You know, it may have even said, as Mo Chikwara has set the App State career sacks record. What a career all in one season for Mo Chikwara. We may already know who our opponent will be. We don't. Alabama or Oklahoma in the semifinal, 1 game away, 1 win away from playing for a national championship. I'd also like to see my coordinators get hired this week. And it will be Alabama. They're really, really good in this game. Really good. And I guess that makes sense. We do get Scott Satterfield. Welcome back. What a story. And show me Lee. Clark Lee has accepted the offer. 12-2 Alabama. Big additions to the coaching staff in Satterfield and Lee. Super excited about that. And hopefully the team is healthy beyond smoke. Nope. Quad tear for Tony Gentry. Torn bicep for Jamison Troop. That's a big receiver for us and our starting center. That's pretty awful. Now, we do have replacements. Receivers, a fairly strong position. I'm not starting Edward Free at center. It's going to be tackle LaMarcus Vincent stepping in. 6'6", 286. Definitely light enough for center. If we were to win this game, we would take on the winner of BYU Ohio State. BYU crushed Duke, barely beat Auburn, and they could end Ohio State's undefeated season. I guess that's a possibility. Alabama's going to be really good. We'll see if any of their players are injured. Antoine Drugsma is pretty insane. I mean, Ed Draft, I remember trying to get. Unfortunately, didn't happen. Kentrell Charbonnet looks insane. We may have a very, very, very tough time beating this team. And it honestly doesn't seem like they're dealing with many injuries. I would say not to the level that we are. It's just a dislocated hip for Lamar Jenkins. Okay. Well, here we go. App State, Alabama. We are the higher rated team. But I think you would Probably call us the underdog. And these top-rated teams are really, really, really tough to beat. I mean, sometimes on Heisman, 70 overall teams are tough to beat with a 97 overall. Like, that's what we are. We're not. Back to the Rose Bowl. And it's a night game. Typically, these are like late afternoon, but this is a night game. Because I guess college football playoff semifinal as opposed to a quarterfinal game. The Rose Bowl at night is a crazy atmosphere. I want to say FSU, Florida State was the Rose Bowl. All those years ago. Jameis Winston. Oh, who was the D tackle that had the scoop and score? Tony. Not Tony Ferguson, that's El Kukui. Tony, it's not Cunningham. Tony something. Tony, there's no way to know. I don't think there's any way to find out. App State, Alabama, national championship berth on the line. We go out to an early 7-0 lead. 10-0, 17-0 App State. It's a blowout at the Rose Bowl. 24-0. Alabama on the board, and they've actually scored again. 24-13. Fourth quarter, we finally score again. 31-13, 38-13. This one is over. 41-20. I'll take it. Alabama goes down. It was Tony Washington, I think. I mean, easy win. Easy win. Thanks for showing up, Alabama. Enjoy the plane ride back to Tuscaloosa. Brian Starks, still not great. Shaq Titus is hurt. Dude, I can't afford the injuries. I can't. We don't have any depth at running back now. Bo Gardner, 145 yards. Defensively, we played great. 2 TFLs for Dwayne Talbot and Shakwara, who both basically had 2 sacks. Nolan DeBerry, the true freshman, got on the field and registered a sack. 2 fumble recoveries, apparently, for freshman Trey Babineau, even though I think that's just glitched. We are headed to the national championship. Monster win over Alabama. I am extremely worried about my running back situation. Mo Shakwara has set the ACC single-season sack record. We have won the Rose Bowl, and we are headed to the national championship. We're going to check on the injury status of our guys, but we are in the national championship. Mo Shakwara is a beast. I think we know that at this point. Although Dwayne Talbot, I think, probably played a little bit better. Undefeated Ohio State. Undefeated App State. They've been a problem in recruiting for us. 2 15-0 teams going head-to-head. Injury report. Broken tailbone, of course, for David Smoker. He can't play. What you're not seeing, though, is our actual starting running back right now. I mean, I guess you are because of David Smoker. But what you're not seeing is Shaq Titus. He's ready to go. That would have been a monster loss. That might have been national championship dreams over with. Simply just could have been over right there. Ohio State has the Heisman winner at quarterback. At this point, he's probably thrown for over 6,000 yards. Probably even a lot more than that. They have 390 overall quarterbacks. How did none of these guys ever transfer? How are they still bringing in all these high-rated freshman quarterbacks? You're not going to play. Dante Meade might have put together the best season of all time. What are these numbers? 6,610 passing yards, 79 touchdowns to 3 picks. He averages 440 yards per game. We're not beating this. Their team is insane. They've got unreal corners. We tried to get Danny Winbush. Look at all these insane freshman corners. They've got insane receivers. Jay Archibald, Carlos Heflin. I don't know that we can compete. Look at the speed. Tight end looks incredible. DeMarcus Cheeks is anything but. I wish Smoker could play for us, but he can't. 11 coach points. They're going into tactician right now. What can we upgrade? Not really a whole lot. Linebacker block shed. It's our only thing we can really do that might play an impact. 2 15-0 teams with the same overalls. We have the offensive advantage, even though we don't. They have the defensive advantage, which they do. This is what you want. 2 undefeated teams. Who's the best? We're about to find out. There she is. And there Coach Dangus is. Gene Dangus has won a national championship with every single team we've ever coached. That's a fact. That's a fact. Here we go. All odds against us. Even as an undefeated team. Playing against the freakiest quarterback of all time. And he's pretty good on the field, too. Here we go. Up 3-0. Up 10-0. Dude, what an electric start. 17-0. 24-0. It's a blowout in the national championship. Ohio State defense with a big stop, though. But it's 31-3. I mean, there's not even a point to jump in. They're about to punt the ball back to us in the fourth quarter, down by 21. Okay, they've scored. I don't love that. Oh, big gain. Broderick Paxson with a pass to Matt Westbrook. Why is my backup quarterback in? It's a very good question. Well, Brian Starks has been knocked out of this game. Marquise Ivory, torn labrum. He's going to be headed to the NFL draft. The injuries are crazy. True freshman quarterback into the game, trying to win us a national championship. Tunga's fumbled the ball. Thankfully, he's recovered. He can't be in the game. He absolutely cannot be in the game. Stepping up with Paxson. Just go down. Ohio State's called a timeout. We're so close to a national championship. Titus back in. I think we just keep it on the ground here. Titus with a block. Titus reaching down to the 2. He's over 100 yards. Ohio State has called their final timeout. I'm going to tell you what we're not going to do here is score. Injury timeout. Oh, dude, the fake injuries are out of control. That's crazy. No, that was not me. That was OSU. Titus hurt. That's tough, but that last one was not me. There's the 2-minute timeout. Titus gave us all he could. He's going to help us win a national championship. The partial ACL tear for Brian Starks is tough in his final game. But you know what? He gave his all. He gave his all. And you know what? Here's what we're going to do. Is run the ball in this spot. Why would I do that? It's just 3 points. We're already up by a good amount. I don't want to risk a block or anything like that. And a return. I know that's rare. We're just going to try to run it and say, hey, you have no timeouts, 2 minutes to drive down the entire field. But we'll take the touchdown. Tonga with the score. I know what the math says about a 3-score game, but it's already 2 scores, and a lot at this point. I don't think they're going to be able to score quickly. That's a crazy move. I get it, but this is the Coach Dengus way. Ohio State would have 2 minutes to drive down the entire length of the field when we know they have to pass with no timeouts. Good luck coming back in the game. I mean, they're driving now, but we're inside a minute. They still have not scored a touchdown. And also, when you go for it in that spot, you do have a chance to score. Big hit. Oh. Did we knock the Ohio State quarterback out of the game? That's the Gene Dangus coaching difference. I don't see him here. But Ohio State has a different quarterback in. They went to play their backups in the national championship? All right, fuck it. This game's over. Let's see what we have. What you have is a big fat L. App State are national champions of college football. The only thing to determine left is the final score. And this quarterback's in absolute hell. Jordan Ramirez got to him. He's draft eligible. We'll see if he ends up coming back. We're going to do another year after this, try to go back to back. But there is a 0% chance that we lose this game. 0%. Shot to the end zone. Intercepted by Tama Penu. What a way to potentially end his App State career. He's been a ball hawk for us. And he goes out with a pick potentially. Hugh Mengen has probably played his final game at App State. Beauplan! What an insane grab! Beauplan has played his final game as a Mountaineer. He goes out with a bomb. And we're looking at the future of the program, potentially. Paxson at quarterback. Will he get a touchdown here in the Natty? I'm calling a timeout. We're going to take a shot. Final play of the game. Oh, they blitzed. Whatever. We're national champions. I just wanted another second to sink it all in. Or let it sink in. Soak it all in. We've done it. The Mountaineers have climbed the mountaintop. Whew! I'm hot. I wish I could see me in the audience right now. I'm on fire. National champions of college football. Coach Gene Dangus has done it again. Yeah, just another day at the office. What a win. Lawrence Tonga had 4 touchdowns on 35 rushing yards and 13 attempts. That is the most bizarre national championship MVP of all time. I would give it to Brian Starks. Goes 18 for 24 with a touchdown at quarterback. Tears his ACL. Are we going to give it to the short yardage back? I guess it is 4 touchdowns. I don't know. You probably have to, but you know what? In my heart, it's Starks. He was not that good. He set the App State single-season passing touchdowns record, though. He wasn't great, but he was not great, and he won us a national championship. And I would say that's kind of been the trend so far in my rebuilds, is not elite quarterbacks that just will the team to a national championship. That's one way to look at it. Look at the Eagles. Coach Prestige has gone down because we have new coordinators. Taj Bryant had a big pick in that game. And, yeah, he's like, we got our Stetson Bennett, you know. We've had it 2 now, Texas State and now App State. But we're going to try to run it back. The team is in place to do it. But let me just see this one more time. App State, 16-0. Gene Dangus is a national champion. Let's hit the transfer portal and get ready for another win. Players leaving. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot. Starting at quarterback, Brian Starks graduates. Yeah, he's going to go be a car salesman or something. David Smoker transferring due to coach prestige. No way. No way. Because our coordinators left, David Smoker's now leaving. No way, dude. He's gone. Unlucky. Hugh Mangan? Gone. Bo Gardner? Gone. Matt Westbrook graduates. Malcolm Bowe planned to the draft. Brutus is transferring due to playing time. He's going to be the starter. Nah, that's maybe not true. He's not been persuaded either. Wooly Hand, Stumpf, gone. Edward Free. Antoine Rochester again. Richard Son. Marquise Ivory to the draft. Steve LaMontagne transferring due to playing time. DeAndre Grimes is gone. Vincent graduates. Dom Dedrick we lose, but D-tackle stays great. Mo Chukwura was incredible. He's gone. Ernest Drengo due to play style. He has not been persuaded. Dwayne Talbot and Nick Lanier graduating. Talbot expected to be drafted. Jaden LaRue transfers due to playing time. Ajayi and Dreisbach graduate. Jaden LaRue's going to be back another year, though. Crocker graduates. Deshaun Stockton graduates. We lose our kicker. We have 2 persuades left. We've really been absolutely crushed here in the portal. We've been crushed. Now, that tends to happen. But this is brutal. Because we lost a lot that we had no business losing. David Smoker is really getting cheated by the game. Recruiting class is over. We end up with the second best class in the nation. 6 5-stars, 13 4-stars, and not a new quarterback. Quincy Dunbar to UNC. It is impossible to get a good transfer quarterback. But picking UNC over App State, I think, is crazy. I think that's a crazy decision. Of course, Impact Dev for the #1 overall recruit in the country. Elite for receiver Enrique Tuggle. Elite for Charles Myers. Elite for Moses Gee and Braden Tongues. All right, that's a lot of elite. Velasquez with star. Normal for Marcus Takeoff. Not going to be taking off anytime soon. Jalen Ebron with star. Elite for Tremaine Rashad. Rashad? I don't know. I just want to call him Rashad. And maybe I will. So we are finding a lot of star and elite in this class, but especially a lot of elite. Broderick Beatty has elite. You'll notice most of the 3 stars do not. Elite for Nick Soriano as a transfer. North has star. Greg Lobato, big transfer running back with star. Okay. Looking at what we were actually able to bring in, and Glenn Wint has star. He's an insane kicker. He's an insane kicker. Dunbar had elite, by the way. Cordero picked SMU. We are in prime position to win another national championship. The big question will be at the quarterback position. That's been the lead-in. It's still the same story. We won a national championship with whatever quarterback last year. I think we can do it again this year. In case you were curious on David Smoker, he transfers to Ole Miss. He's playing up to a 99 overall there. What could have been? David Smoker. This is a tough one. My first taste of heartbreak. That's not true. It's happened a lot already on College Football 26. But that one is particularly tough because I feel like it's completely unwarranted. Auto recruiting is on. The question will be, how good can we make Broderick Paxson? He's got 42 skill points. The arm's already really good. What are his skill caps looking like? It's not bad. He's going to be the best quarterback we've had in a while, maybe ever. This is the team going into what could be the final season. Auto recruiting is on. We're going to see if we can go back-to-back. Broderick Paxton's going to be the starter. We've been saved with upgrading in the transfer portal. Greg Lobato and Trevor Dobbs are going to be really good options, even without the smoker. Receivers incredibly talented, led by Drew Trahan. The O-line, really, really solid at every position with depth, and you know you're going to face injuries. The pass rushers could be better. The interior defensive line's incredible, though. These guys can all get after the passer, can all defend the run, can all tackle. I mean, it's so easy at 99 tackle compared to some other things. They need to do a better job of weighting the archetypes so every player doesn't feel the exact same when they're at max upgrade, if they're going to have skill caps. Broderick Claypool looks awesome. Linebacker's not as strong, but corner and safety has taken a big step up this year. Maybe corner more so than safety. But this team is ready to win another national championship. The schedule, they really want us to play South Carolina. Okay, this is the new rivalry, I guess. South Carolina and App State. North Carolina, South Carolina. Now that we're good, we just play South Carolina every year, I guess. Or maybe App State has them scheduled and it's factoring that in. Like even 10 years later. I don't know. Or less than that. But we will simulate to Week 15 and see if we are undefeated. See if we've won the ACC. See if we have taken some unfortunate losses. And see if we can make the college football playoff. We are 12-0 again. Got Miami in the ACC championship because we're the number 1 seed playing the number 3 seed. I say seed because of the college football playoff, because they're not technically, it's not seeded yet. But because Miami's the 3rd ranked team in the nation, if they beat us in the ACC championship, it's honestly not going to mean much. Our position's still going to be extremely strong. We'll check out these season stats here, see how we did. Broderick Paxton got hurt, and we've had to turn to J.R. Spoon. Injuries are running rampant. Our starting quarterback is a broken collarbone, and we have no answer. J.R. Spoon will have to lead us to victory. Or more likely, Greg Lobato, who had 22 rushing touchdowns. Gideon gashed opposing defenses. What a year. Terrence Zappy zapped him. Sorry about that. 17 TFLs for Jordan Ramirez, 8 sacks. The interior defensive line went really, really strong. Ben North killed it. Ty Sapp, Taj Caraway. Decent seasons. The pass rush really never got there with App State, unfortunately. The same way we never really found that superstar top-tier quarterback. It's hard to recruit them this year. You need a lot of things to go your way. But, we were still able to build a national championship winning team. We're 13-0 now after beating Miami. I think we've got a pretty good chance to repeat. The actual schedule in front of us is going to certainly factor in a lot of that, because some teams are just way harder to beat in Sim. Even if you're similar overalls, the games can go crazy different depending on what the playbooks are, of course. But that's if teams have a good playbook and a good overall, it's essentially a coin flip. So no guarantee that we win, but it'd be nicer to play some of the worst teams, as Richard Tribble wins the Heisman at Ohio State. Ohio State playbook, if you're trying to develop a quarterback, could be really, really strong. I'm not sure how it simulates compared to every other playbook. Veer and Shoot is just overwhelmingly the best playbook in the game. Overwhelmingly. For simulation. And we are going to play Ohio State. But is Ohio State doing well in simulation every time because they're just Ohio State, their team's better than everybody? Or is it because their passing playbook is actually quite good? Tough matchup here in the first round for us. If we win, we would take on the winner of Miami and Michigan. These teams are really good this time around. The bracket is loaded. There's no chance of playing an FAU, unfortunately. But we're just going to straight simulate here as we're in 2033. And we'll see if it's good news or bad news. It is good news. We are 14-0. Seemingly cannot lose right now. Greg Lobato crushing ACC rushing records. And we advance to the semifinal. Miami up next. Number 5 team in the nation. We've proven that we can already beat this team. I'm not really worried about jumping in here. If they beat us, they beat us. But we are 1 game away from a national championship. Let's see if we can get it done. We can't. Knocked out 14-1. We are not going to go back-to-back this time around. That is unfortunate. 31-28 as Texas beats Oklahoma the way it should be. It's a good note to end the video on. Thank you guys for watching the App State rebuild. I had obviously different hopes for this series at the start. It was just a mistake to start 2 series at the same time. And I think this is just the best recourse. So hopefully you respect the decision either way. And I will see you guys in the next one. Take it easy.